Hello! Welcome to the Adventure Corner. I'm your host, Robot Spacer. Mousimus, great to see you, and thanks for lurking. I hope you're doing well. Hinton says, let's have a poll. Who thinks Robot Spacer will stream today? Okay, let's do it. Let's see, can I do a poll this way? No. Oh, one moment. Oh, not a web browser open? I'm so behind today. I realized that this stream is complicated. There was a lot to set up and a lot to think about, and probably some things will go horribly wrong, which is why it's extra important to do a poll to find out if I'm actually going to stream today or not. Maybe I won't, and I won't have to worry about it. New poll. Will Robot Spacer stream today? Maybe this should be a prediction, but Hinton asked for a poll, so we'll do a poll. There we go. 10 minutes. That's probably too long, but that's okay. Okay, Can't Stop the Kittens. Great to see you. Let me get started on some shout-outs here. Y'all should check out Mousimus's Enclosure 3D if you have not already, and also working on an upcoming game that I unfortunately cannot remember the name of, but it looks cool as hell. So definitely pop over to that itch page and check it out. Actually, I can click on it and tell you the name. Escape from Castle Matsumoto. And it's very much a it looks like it has taken a lot of inspiration from Spy vs. Spy, which is a game that I always found fascinating, but as a child could not understand how to play. So I'm very excited, and it just looks really, really cool. The visual style is fantastic too. Can't Stop the Kittens. Lurkin also. I'll watch my lovely girlfriend do some lira? Interesting. I don't know what that is. Please feel free to elaborate if you have a moment. Can't Stop the Kittens is a lovely streamer. Davor, hello, hello. Valis, Silverstreak, Unsecret Crush from the other room. Kima, great to see you. Okay, I think that's everybody. Silver says, I'm excited for everything happening on the stream. I'm very curious how this is going to all go. But it'll be fun, I'm sure. Probably.
Thanks.
Culinary, did I miss you? Heck. I think I missed saying hello. But hello. Good to see you. And thank you for the thanks. And you're welcome. So I have here a decent sized box.
Hello.
And it is full of the Ultimate Collector's Edition of a book called 50 Years of Text Games by Aaron A. Reed. What's in the box? I'm telling you. So it's a hardcover version of that book with a fancy slipcase and also like a I can't think of the right word, a little extra booklet that comes with it with some cool stuff that didn't make it into the main book. So the main book is, like it's titled, 50 Years of Text Games, and it focuses on one game for each year of the last 50 years. And includes a lot of like in-depth stuff on each game. There are like maps that are beautifully designed. There are interviews with creators. In some cases, bits of source code and all kinds of interesting stuff like that. Flowcharts. So that should be really neat to check out. But then the thing I'm most excited about is this edition of the book comes with a box of feelies. And if you're not familiar with the term feelies, it was a concept that I am pretty sure was initially introduced by Infocom with their text adventure games. And basically they would include some like just little objects that were typically like something that kind of felt like it was from the game world. So it kind of helped like, give you some visual and kind of help, make you feel like you're a little part of that game world. Kind of, bridge the gap between you and the game, I guess. And, you know, there'd be stuff like maps or maybe like a coin from the game world or something like that. So this box of feelies has a pretty interesting variety of stuff. I guess I won't bother to explain everything's in it. We'll see it as we check it all out. Hinton says, I had another question, but I forgot what it was. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. So like a dismembered shepherd floating in space. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that's not included. Oh, I'm looking at the poll results, and I love that it's tied 50-50. Wonderful. Deavor says, from the game world, was that a standard theme? I don't know that was necessarily always the case, but I feel like that was pretty typical. Maybe not. I don't know. I can't remember enough specific examples to give you a good answer to that question. If anyone else wants to chime in on that, feel free to. Let's see. I need to get some more shout-outs here. Culinary Disaster. I've been playing Vagrant Story, which has been a lot of fun. Sounds like something Myst might have done. You know, I don't think that they did. Well, actually, no, that's not true. They had a... I bought a new-to-me copy of Myst recently because I could not find the copy that I originally played. And it comes with, like, a little notebook that has one page in the beginning that's, like, some kind of, you know, from the game world text, I believe. And then the rest of the booklet is for you to fill in with your own notes. But that's very much designed to kind of look like something out of the game world. And then it also came with a little package of emergency hints. Star Tropics had that letter in the back of the manual that you dip in a bowl of water to reveal the code you need to start the submarine. That is fantastic. I love it. I am not familiar with... I know the name, but I'm not familiar with that feelie. Puzzle, hello. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. That's great, though. I honestly, now that I'm like trying to think of it, I cannot think of a single feelie that I remember having. This is a thing. My brain, like I cannot get my brain to like think of a category of thing. Like that's just not how it works. I need to remember things in other ways. Imagine a bit. Hello, welcome. Didn't mean to put you on the spot. Oh no, that's okay. Totally okay. You're always welcome to put me on the spot. It's just I won't always be able to give a good answer. Colina said, I had the actual copy as a kid and did that. It's a very cool experience and innovative copy protection. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely very much adjacent to the original feelies experience. Like, I feel like some of the original feelies were copy protection, but not necessarily all of them. But then later you had a lot more stuff that was just straight up copy protection, like, you know, different little booklets with, you know, symbols, or the, what was the Monkey Island thing? Dial-a-Pirate? Is that what it was? All right, let's open this box. I'm gonna try really hard not to dox myself like I did last time I opened a box on stream. I flashed my entire address and phone number, and then I did it again as I was saying like, oh, I hope I didn't do that thing I'm doing again right now. So we'll cut this open, and then I'll look inside to get out the packing slip. Dial-a-Pirate, yes, Monkey Island 1. Thank you. My copy of Monkey Island did not have that at all, but I have seen it. I had the Mac version, and it was like... It was actually on a CD-ROM with a couple other games. Let's see, I think it was Monkey Island 1 and 2, and then Indiana Jones' Fate of Atlantis. Okay. A14. I assume that's the box type. Okay. Let's see. I see a packing slip. Let's switch back here for a second. And I'll pull the packing slip out over here. Get out of here. All right. Hinton says, Return to Monkey Island is out on iOS this weekend if anyone has been waiting for that pure iPhone experience. Yes, I did see that. I still have not played that game. I think I will probably play the Mac version. And I would love to play it, but also I want to stream the Monkey Island games at some point. And it seems like I should stream whatever Monkey Island games I want to stream and then stream Return to Monkey Island for the first time. So I'm waiting for that. I don't know how long it'll take. Oh, the results are in. Will Robot Spacer stream today? 50% yes, 50% no. So it's anybody's guess, really. Thanks, Paul. Really useful. Imagine a Bit said, Fate of Atlantis had a copy protection for the manual pages? I don't know. I'm pretty sure that my copy of that, since it was on this like collection CD-ROM, like it was the same deal. Like if there was copy protection originally, it was not included in the Mac version I had. Schrodinger stream, yes. Deivor, thank you for flushing your coins down the toilet. Just as a reminder, you will not get anything for that. We need the coins to pay for the plumbing repairs. This is the box of feelies right here. Interesting. I'm trying to figure out what this text is exactly. It looks like it's from a game, or maybe it's from multiple games. You're still alive on Monster Island. If anyone recognizes the source of any of this text, feel free to share. America's most elite academic institute. So that's the feelies. We'll come back to that. We'll check out the book first. Like everything cool Robot Spacer shows on stream, I see this book is sold out. Yes, unfortunately it is. I apologize. So I wanted to do this today because I was like, oh shoot, I should hurry up and open this because if, anything is damaged, I want to get in touch with them immediately to get it replaced. But as it turns out, this morning at like 8 a.m., he did a fire sale of like all the remaining inventory. So it's already too late. Hopefully everything is fine. It looks fine. So I think it'll be okay. But yeah, unfortunately, that means there's no way to get a physical copy of this anymore. But there is a digital copy still available of the book itself. What's this? Oh, that's my poster. "50 years of text games." All right, let's get the shrink wrap off of this. People who noted down your address and phone number from that last unboxing can still get a physical copy. Yeah, I guess so. Oh, I missed out. Day4 said, lies, I got a sound effect. Call QA, redeem is broken. Yes, you do get the sound effect. That is your one reward for flushing your coins down the toilet. Okay. I can see it a little better. So, I assume this is all 50 games? The Oregon Trail. I'm going to say which ones I have played as I go through these. I have played Oregon Trail. Definitely never did great at it, but I certainly have played it. Rocket, Hunt the Wumpus, Super Star Trek, D&D, Adventure. Of course, I have played Adventure. I streamed that earlier this year. Zork. Played a lot of Zork when I was younger. I've mentioned a couple times in the past that there were some very difficult puzzles that I was never able to figure out until 20 years later, but I did eventually finish that at some point. Pirate Adventure, The Cave of Time, Mud, His Majesty's Ship Impetuous, The Hobbit, Suspended, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, another Infocom game. I have played that. I enjoyed it very, very much. A Mind Forever Voyaging, Uncle Roger, Plundered Hearts, Prestavba? I'm not sure if you're supposed to pronounce it, like read it out like that or what. Monster Island, Lamdamu, Trade Wars 2002, Silverwolf, Curses, The Playground, Patchwork Girl, So Far, Archaea, Photopia, King of Dragon Pass, Galatea, The Beast, Screen, The Kingdom of Loathing, The Fire Tower, Shades of Doom, Dwarf Fortress, El Museo de la Conciencias. I don't know if this is 2 or 1. Lu Communes? I'm doing a very bad job pronouncing these, I'm sure. Violet, Fallen London, Digital, A Love Story, Nested, Howling Dogs, Versu, A Family Supper, 80 Days, Lifeline, Choices, The Freshman, Universal Paperclips, Werewood, AI Dungeon, and Sense and Semiosis. Excuse me. Unsecret Crush says, oh, I know Galatea, Emily's short interactive fiction piece, I think. Okay. Spanish game spotted. Nice. Puzzle says, King of Dragons Pass. I appreciate that game, but I still don't know how to successfully beat it. I feel like that probably describes a lot of text adventure game experiences for people. Sorry, just catching up on chat here. Why did they leave off like half the name of Dwarf Fortress? What is the full name? Streamers are rewarding me for recognizing names. Fantastic. I'm glad to hear that. So yeah, I as you may have noticed, I have played very few of these. But now I get to learn all about them. It's been a long time since I have played any sort of pure text adventure game. Very nice cover. And then here's the little bonus booklet. 50 Years of Text Games, Further Explorations. Deovor says, Slaves to Armok, God of Blood, Chapter 2, Dwarf Fortress. Wow, okay, that's a mouthful. Let's see. Get some more shout-outs in here. Silver Streak has been playing Darksiders. Is it one game per year? Yes, it is exactly. So 1971 to 2020. It takes one game per year and has an in-depth look at each one. Oh, this is very interesting, but also very hard to read. Let me see if I can get it on camera. You can kind of make out some of it there. I see the words pitch black. It's hard to read. Sack of crackers? Do we know who published the book? So this was a Kickstarter project. I assume that's the logo of... let's see. Oh yeah, this is a numbered edition, so I have number 1691. Changeful Tales Press. Also, hello, Jabberwocky. Good to see you. Got some quotes here, including Emily Short, and confirms the author of Galatea. An exceptional survey of the form. I learned new things, even about games I know well, and had a delightful introduction to some I'd never heard of, both thoroughly researched and full of joy. Acknowledgements. Crowdfunding collectors. So my name ought to be in here somewhere. Let's see if we can find it. Looks like alphabetical by first name. We got Mike's here. So many Mikes. There I am. Mike Piontek. Is your full address and phone number in there? Unfortunately, no. Well, or fortunately, depending on your viewpoint. What do they define as a text game? That is an interesting question. I guess I would define a text game mainly as something that is communicated primarily through text, or maybe even entirely through text. Like there were... Yeah, it gets kind of tricky because Infocom did some games eventually that were still primarily text adventure games, but you know they had still pictures for various scenes and stuff. So is that still a text adventure game? I guess I would say if the pictures are kind of supplementary and not required, I would personally consider it a text game, but I'm not sure what the author's definition is. But yeah, definitely Colossal Cave is a classic example. Glossary. Oh, let's see if text adventure game is in the glossary. Text adventure. A game style characterized by a command line parser and second-person explorations of a simulated world. See 1976. I'm not sure what it means by C 1976. I guess maybe the chapter for that year. We'll go in more detail on what a text adventure is. Let's see if there's any other interesting definitions here. Hypertext, a textual work consisting of passages connected via clickable words, allowing multiple possible pathways through a reading. Puzzle. In text games, a challenge or obstacle blocking narrative progress, often used for pacing. Waned in popularity during the 1990s. Rip the Puzzle. Died in the 90s. Z-Machine, a virtual machine developed by Infocom in the early 80s to run games compiled into Z-code, a custom format. This let them easily port their games to many computer systems. See 1978. The format was later repurposed by fans and used well into the 2000s. See also Inform. Let's see. Inform, a popular language for creating parser interactive fiction, first released in 1993. Inform 6 became a standard from the mid-90s on, and Inform 7, with a new natural language syntax, was released a decade later. See 2008. I wanted to read that because one of the feelies is a floppy disk that includes the full contents of the book in ASCII format and an all-new text adventure game, which we're going to play later, and that is written in Form. Rip to the puzzle, all hail transactipins? Transactions, I assume that was meant to say, but maybe you did mean transactipins. I don't know. Ooh, Deavor says text adventure is not the same as text game, though. That is a fair thing to point out, yes. Unfortunately, we do have actually a definition of text game. I just completely missed it. A digital game that uses primarily written or spoken language rather than multimedia to tell its story. I think that's a reasonable and also very broad definition. Introduction. Let's see. I don't know. I'm not going to read all of this book, obviously, but I want to read some amount of it. Okay, this isn't too long, so I think we can get through this. And then we'll mostly kind of browse through the rest of it just to get an idea of what it all looks like. So a movie is basically a text game, but that's not primarily text, though. Certain movies are? A digital game that uses primarily written or spoken language. So you're arguing that a movie is primarily spoken language and that the visuals are supplementary? I would argue that the visuals are a pretty core component of a movie. The earliest version of the Oregon Trail, the text-only original, made long before the green-tinged... That I didn't even think of that when I was looking at the cover. I have definitely never played the original version of it. I actually did not know until I read that sentence that there was like a text-only version of it. Made long before the green-tinged Apple remake played by 80s kids in their school computer labs, debuted in a Minnesota classroom on December 3rd, 1971. In the 50 years since, text games, fiction you can play, have evolved from rough-hewn prototypes to mainstream successes, to commercial pariahs to underdog heroes. They've been resurrected as indie punk games, award-winning art games, viral sensations, and groundbreaking pioneers of interactive storytelling techniques. Their popularity has waxed and waned, but they've never been dead, and they've never gone away. Often overlooked, frequently dismissed, these games are a vibrant part of gaming history worth remembering, playing, and continuing to make. In this book, we'll take a journey through 50 text games, one for each year of the medium's first half-century. We'll take a close look at how each game works, what it says, who made it, and how it fits into the rapidly changing historical and technological context of its time. These aren't necessarily the most famous 50 games from these years, nor the best loved, the most influential, or the most important, whatever that might mean. The constraint of picking one and only one game for each year instead suggests a grand tour, a journey that can't possibly include everything, but aims to stop at many interesting sites along the way. On the tour, we'll meet games famous and obscure, amateur and commercial, some with millions of words of content, and others so small their source code can fit on a single printed page. Our 50 titles hail from a surprising breadth of genres and intertwine with a vast array of technologies, from teletypes to iPhones to virtual machines to virtual reality, from cassette tapes to spoken words to paper tape to Kindles. Collectively, their story cuts a fascinating cross-section through the history of computing, from the dawn of stored programs up through the cutting edge of today's AI. Why do these games matter? Unlike mainstream computer games, they're often made by sole creators with something to say and the freedom to explore and experiment with new ways of saying it. They have pioneered new genres and mechanics years before the same ideas make it into graphical games. They have explored countless ways stories can be dynamic, debuted influential creators who found success in the wider game or publishing industries, and served as a constant source of inspiration as creators redefine what games made of words can do, mean, and be over and over again. What is a text game? In brief, it's a game you want to share excerpts from, not screenshots. The broader game industry is primarily visual, trafficking in colorful screen grabs and trailers full of motion. But a screenshot of a text game is missing the point. There are a few screenshots in this book, but many excerpts. Let me pause for a minute to catch up on chat here. The wire is my headphones, just so I can hear the music and any sound alerts and stuff like that. Colonius says a radio drama would fit, but that wouldn't be a game. Otherwise, close. Certainly, if you had interactive sort of radio drama, I think that would fit very well. And I'm wondering if there, like, I'm sure there has been something like that. I just can't think of any examples offhand. David Alexander, hello. Great to see you. Hope you're doing well. The glossary had digital games, so this would only work for digital radio. Podcast drama, then, with mail-in viewer editions. That's my charging cable. Yeah, sure. Don't want me to run out of batteries in the middle of the stream. That would be embarrassing. Okay. A text game tells its story with words, thus connecting more to written and filmic traditions. Some might have illustrations, as do some books, but these are not required to play, as they are in graphical adventures like Mystery House, Online Systems 1980, or Disco Elysium. I don't know how to pronounce the publisher here, ZA/UM, 2019, and neither are they foundational to the experience of play, unlike, say, the art and visual novels. Text games are interactive, which differentiates them from animated concrete poetry or digital word art. They use words as words, not as placeholder graphic. Not as placeholder graphics as in roguelikes, which we'll mostly skip over, but for a few exceptions that also meaningfully engage with language. Finally, the kinds of text games we talk about here are mostly digital, excluding tabletop storytelling games like Dungeons & Dragons, and exclusively narrative, excluding pure wordplay or other kinds of linguistic fun not concerned with story. While there are many traditions of text games in languages other than English, this book mostly limits its scope to the English-speaking world with a few exceptions. Text game styles can vary considerably, but the games discussed in this book can be roughly clustered by technology, structure, or audience into about a dozen non-exclusive categories. Resource management. Games primarily concerned with managing a set of numeric qualities. Modern idle and clicker games fall into this category, as do many early computer games. Oregon Trail, 1971, Rocket, 1972, Universal Paperclips, 2017. Parser, a simulated world explored by typing imperative commands that are then parsed into valid actions. Also called text adventures or interactive fiction, parser games were massively popular in the 1980s and continue to be made today. This is a long list of examples. Adventure, 76, Zork, 77, Pirate Adventure, 78, The Hobbit, 82, Suspended, 83, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, 84, A Mind Forever Voyaging, 85, Plundered Hearts, 87, Prestavba, 88, Silverwolf, 92, Curses, 93, So Far, 96, Photopia, 98, Galatea, 2000, The Fire Tower, 2004, El Museo de la Conciencias en les Communes, 2007, Violet, 2008. Mud, multi-user dungeon. Parser games hooked up to a persistent multiplayer world. Mud, 1980. Lambda Mu, 1990. Archaea, 1997. Hypertext. A tree of story nodes often explorable in non-linear order, generally navigated by clicking linked words. Uncle Roger, 1986. Patchwork Girl, 1995. And Howling Dogs, 2012. Choice-based. Story notes connected by explicit decision points, usually moving forward through a possibly branching plot. The Cave of Time, 1979. Digital, A Love Story, 2010. 80 Days, 2014. Lifeline, 2015. Choices, The Freshman, 2016. Werewood, 2018. Storylit driven. An unordered set of story nodes presented to the player in an order based on randomness, simulation qualities, or player stats. This is very interesting. I don't know that I've ever played a game like this. King of Dragon Pass, 1999. The Kingdom of Loathing, 2003. Fallen London, 2009. 80 Days, 2014. Procedural story, interactive narratives shaped by complex procedures as well as player choices, usually offering multiple and sometimes emergent outcomes. The Hobbit, 1982, The Playground, 1994, King of Dragon Pass, 99, Dwarf Fortress, 2006, Versu, A Family Supper, 2013, AI Dungeon, 2019, Sense and Semiosis, 2020. Roguelike, a challenging world with procedurally generated elements often explored from a top-down perspective. Roguelikes often use text as stand-in graphics rather than primarily as words and sentences. Hunt the Wumpus, not Hump the Wumpus. That's something different. 1973, Super Star Trek. 1974, D&D, which is all lowercase. I don't know what that is. I assume it's something different than simply Dungeons and Dragons. 1975, Shades of Doom. 2005, Dwarf Fortress. 2006. What to the Wumpus? Excuse me, I'm sorry. Are we reading the whole book? Is this a stream? No, I figured I would read the introduction and then we'll kind of flip through the rest of the book. I won't read too much of the rest of the book unless something really jumps out at me as being super interesting. It would take me a very long time to read this whole book, and my throat would die probably before we even got to this bookmark here. My plan for the stream is we'll read the introduction, which isn't too much longer. We'll flip through the rest just to kind of get an idea of what the rest of the book is like. And then we'll check out the box of feelies, which is the part that I'm the most excited about. And that includes a floppy disk that has a text adventure game that we will then play. Baltimore, hello, great to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a wonderful Rocksmith stream. Y'all should definitely check out Baltimore if you haven't already. Hello, Siku. Great to see you. Let me scroll back up and see what other comments I missed here. Hinton said, a text game is when a book and a computer love each other very much. Yes, that's correct. This Davor says this book gets increasingly indie as time goes on. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, you know, there's not a lot of big games anymore that are, you know, text games. Silver says, I found a MUD client for Android the other day with a GUI built out for 4 very popular MUDs. This is very dangerous for my free time. That sounds cool. Silver then says, I played KODP on Prodigy. Neat. This book actually got me actually full screening the stream. Wow, Hinton. Exciting. That won't says a family. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Culinary says, it's certainly a lot more interesting than my compiler's book that people redeem and immediately regret. I think that's a very interesting book, even if most of it's over my head. It's approachably written, though. Efson, great to see you. Sounds like great Friday night reading. I'm glad you agree. Davor says, I'm frankly amazed disco wasn't something they chose for this. What year did that come out initially? It seems like I still have not played it. I've kind of been going back and forth on whether that's one I want to stream myself. 2018, okay. But I got the impression the visuals were at least reasonably important. Unsecret Crush, thank you for flushing your coins down the toilet. Okay, let's continue. Where'd I leave off? Roguelike, I think? ARG, alternate reality game. A live multiplayer game, usually running for a limited time, often extending through multiple media and communication channels, including text, though many are not primarily text-based. The Beast 2001. I just realized for folks coming in with Baltimore, I did not give any explanation for what we're doing here. We were looking at this book, the 50 years of text games, from Oregon Trail to AI Dungeon, by Aaron A. Reed. And I keep bumping the microphone. We're just reading the introduction right now. After that, we'll flip through the rest of the book and check out some of the articles on different games. It has one game for each of the past 50 years, and it has a pretty in-depth look on each game. And then I also have down here somewhere, I have a box of feelies. Let's get the shrink wrap off this, which has a bunch of neat stuff. I love this design. The open box command. The printing on this is very nice, glossy text. But we'll open this up, and it has a bunch of cool things, which I'm not going to tell you about. You'll just have to believe me that they're very cool. And then one of the things that I will tell you about in there is a floppy disk that has a text adventure game by Aaron A. Reed that we will then play. I'm trying to... Hinton and Davor are having a conversation here. They said it needs pictures too much. And then Davor said, ridiculous to include Dwarf Fortress then, IMO. Interesting, interesting. Heated conversation about what qualifies to be in this book. BBS, multiplayer games for a bulletin board system usually designed to be played by one player at a time rather than simultaneously. Trade Wars 2002, which was released in 1991. Play by mail, multiplayer games where players send in orders by mail or email with a central computer batch processing turns at a slow cadence, often once a week, and sending personalized results as a turn report. That is fucking cool as hell. I want to play a game like this. Monster Island, 1989. Experimental. Text games that don't fit into any of the above styles. His Majesty's Ship Impetuous, 1981. Screen, 2002. Nested, 2011. While you can read this book straight through, each entry is also cross-linked to other games connected through threads of inspiration, technology, or tradition. References to other games featured in this volume are indicated by a stylized year reference, 2022, which is in bold with a dotted underline, often in a sidebar. Years are printed on the bottom outside corners of pages, making it easy to navigate through the decades as well as by page numbers. Mentions of games not covered in this book are cited with author/publisher and year. Spoilers are sometimes inevitable in a detailed discussion of a game, especially egregious ones are indicated with a vertical black bar, like you see at the bottom here. Game excerpts are shown in a bordered gray box. If the excerpt is from a different game than the main topic of a chapter, the border is omitted. Player input is indicated by text like this. In games where the player selects from a list of inputs rather than typing directly, each presented option is shown individually, and the one selected is reversed. Apologies. I'm doing my best to catch up with chat. Unsecret Crush says, once again, attempting to bring your attention that Davor inquired about the usual basement redemption being off. Yes, I did not have time to grab something from the basement. I have a couple things lying around, but I didn't have a good one, and I figured I had so much to juggle for this stream already, I would just turn it off. Apologies. I will make sure we have something for next stream. Civil Cornball, hello, welcome, good to see you. Hinton says, poor ghost, no one can hear you. Unsecret Crush says, see, this is why I need to have text-to-speech. Okay, so that's the end of the introduction, and then we have a section about before the 70s. At this point, we'll just kind of flip through, and we'll keep an eye out for things that look particularly interesting. Photo from an IBM press release of a student playing the Sumerian game via an IBM 1052 Model 3 terminal. The phone used to connect to the mainframe is visible in the background. Oh, okay, right there. The 1970s. Starting with Oregon Trail through the Cave of Time. So this chapter, I definitely want to take a good look at Zork. just for my own personal interests. The Oregon Trail. I love the design in this. It's really nice. Illustration from the PCC newsletter #1 in 1972. This is Hunt the Wumpus. The Hercle is hiding. Try to find him. A dodecahedron, basis for the map in Hunt the Wumpus. Wow, that sounds complicated. Jeez. I've never heard of the Sumerian game. Honestly, I've never heard of most of these games. Super Star Trek. This reminds me, there's a Star Trek World Builder game that is not an official game. I wonder if this is official. Like actually had a license to use the name. Whole stream is kind of a basement stream, I figured. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured too. For Kung, hello, good to see you. Leave it to a text game book to work on multi-layered information architecture like that. Yeah, Sumerian game was interesting. I found a slightly modernized game inspired by it on itch a while ago. Neat. Mainframe games did not have a license. First license for PC was 1982. Interesting. Thank you for that info. That was definitely going to be my guess, but didn't want to make assumptions. If you don't count the Wumpus 1973, the dragon was one of the earliest end bosses in video game history. Some lovely pixel art graphics here. The hero of D&D at a hallway junction below. Sprites for enemies, top right and opposite. Oh, I got some more over here. Some very good art. Who knew we would get some pixel art in this book about text games? So this is about D&D, which I was wondering about. I wish they would start out with just a little, like, brief explanation of what the game is exactly. Adventure. We know that one. Also known as Advent Colossal Cave Adventure. Style Parser. Debuted early 1976 on ARPANET. Launch platform PDP-10. Language Fortran 4. You are standing at the end of a road before a small brick building. Around you is a forest. A small stream flows out of the building and down a gully. Ooh, neat. Got a nice map here. Will Carruthers' original 1976 version of Adventure, modified from an unattributed map at rickadams.org, amidst some dead ends and redundant connections for clarity. So let's see. Here's... you start out right outside the building. So I guess around here. I like how they have the Zizzy shortcut indicated. Takes you to the debris room. But they don't have... Oh, I wonder if that was the only shortcut in the original Crowther version. It must have been. Long Hall of Mists. The style of map is interesting. It works pretty well for like indicating like when you have some up and down changes of elevation. Aaron Reed is well worth signing up for his newsletter. Yeah, I for some reason have not done that, but I have read some of his articles. I should really do that. You get similar kinds of essays. Yeah, like I think a lot of the chapters of this kind of started out as essays from his newsletter that were expanded on. Here we go. The canonical 350-point adventure from 1977 with Don Woods' additions, modified from an unattributed map at rickadams.org. Again, amidst some dead ends, maze details, and redundant connections for clarity. Again, I apologize if I'm missing a lot of chat here. Kung says, I've been researching Star Trek games a bit monomaniacally. Interesting. Davor says, I'm honestly very curious if the writer is calling games playing via text on BBS with other users includable here. It sounded to me like that was, within the scope of the book. I think they seem to think there has to be some kind of computer program controlling something maybe, but maybe I'm not sure. Oh, so you're talking about something where there's not a program involved? It did seem like he was, limiting the scope to, something where there is a computer program involved. I think a lot of the choices he made wasn't like trying to exclude things as not being like important or worthy of attention, just as kind of a way to, limit the scope of the book in some way. So now we have Plu going from the well house over to the Y2 room, which is right up in the spine there. And we also have Plover coming off of that. Man, that's a complex map. It's neat, though. All this down here is the all-alike maze. Oh, wait, no, this is the all-alike maze, and then this is the different maze. David said, I'm not saying he's doing so, Robot Spacer, just find exploring the definition interesting in and of itself. Sure, yeah. Kung says, I don't think specifically forum roleplay, but static hypertext I think is included. Yeah, that was mentioned. Oh, we have some code from Adventure here. Crowther's code was quite dense. His uncommented version of the dwarf behavior, one small portion of which is shown below, is all but inscrutable to anyone not deeply embedded in the code base. Yeah, that is mostly nonsense to me. There's some, occasional things like, I can see some of the lines end in, go to some other line. Occasionally we're adding one, like attack equals attack plus 1. That's pretty straightforward. But so much of this, like if dloc I ne loc and od loc I ne loc, like what? What language is that? It's Fortran 4 was the original language for Adventure. Spoilers for the mazes in Adventure. Zork. You're in an open field west of a big house with a boarded front door. There is a small mailbox here. Also known as Dungeon or Zork 1, style parser, debuted late June 1977, a very good month IMO, on ARPANET, launch platform PDP-10, publisher Infocom, 1981 release, language MDL. Interesting. If Adventure introduced hackers to an intriguing new genre of immersive text game, Zork brought it to the public at large. In the early 80s, as the personal computer revolution reached into more and more homes, a Zork disk became a must-buy for first-time computer owners. By 1982, it had become the industry's best-selling game. Playboy covered it, so did Time. Astronaut Sally Ride was reportedly obsessed with it. In 1984, it was still consistently beating out newer games on the sales charts, including its own sequels. By the end of 1985, it was still outselling any other game for the Apple II, half a decade after its first release on the platform, and had become the best-selling title of all time on many other systems besides. Its creation can be traced to a heady Friday in May 1977 on the MIT campus in Cambridge, Massachusetts. It was the last day of finals week, and summer was kicking off with a bang for the school's cohort of tech-obsessed engineers. A new movie called Star Wars opened that week in theaters. The groundbreaking Apple II was beginning to ship to eager hobbyists. An adventure was exploding across the terminals of computer labs nationwide, with thousands of students having no further distractions at last to keep them from solving it. Among those obsessive players were 4 friends at a campus research lab, the Dynamic Modeling Group. Within 2 weeks, they'd solved Adventure, squeezing every last point through meticulous play and eventually the surgical deployment of a machine language debugger. Once the game was definitively solved, they immediately hatched plans to make something better, not only to prove the superiority of their school's coding prowess over Don Wood's at Stanford, though that was undoubtedly part of it, nor simply because many were dragging their feet on graduating or finding jobs, and a challenging new distraction seemed immensely appealing, though that was part of it too. The most important factor was that Adventure had been so incredibly fun, and regrettably, there wasn't any more of it. It was like reading a Sherlock Holmes story, one player recalled, and you wanted to read another one of them immediately, only there wasn't one because nobody had written it. What is a Grue? The Grue is a sinister, lurking presence in the dark places of the earth. Its favorite diet is adventurers, but its insatiable appetite is tempered by its fear of light. No Grue has ever been seen by the light of day, and few have survived its fearsome jaws to tell the tale. Ooh, that's fun. Zork by Personal Software. Davor says, you hate to see go to, but that might just be how the language does ifs, perhaps. Or rather, the scope of ifs. Yes, Zork was Infocom. Furkung says, I forget that Zork's early version was so early. What is really interesting? That's not really a standard command. Yeah, honestly, I don't know that I've ever... like, that text seems kind of familiar, but I don't know that I've ever typed a command like that in Zork myself. What is a Grue? I wonder how many other things you can do that with. So, like, I'm struggling here because, like, I want to read more, but I don't want to be reading all day. Like I said, my throat will definitely die. But I'm curious, like, you know, this ad is Zork by Personal Software, but definitely, you know, it eventually became an Infocom game. So I'm just curious about the history with that. Frobah's Magic Robot Company. Hello, Master. I am a late model robot trained at MIT Tech to perform various simple household functions. Instructions for use. To activate me, use the following formula. Tell robot something to do, CR. The quotation marks are required. I do not remember a robot in Zork. I believe it. Some more code over here. By the way, that section is spoilers for Zork, sorry. Pirate Adventure. By Alexis Adams and Scott Adams, also known as Pirate Cove Adventure Number 2. Launch price, $14.95 on cassette tape. Those games are too much game for me. That's fair. A fun map. Choose your own adventure number 1, The Cave of Time. Oh. Huh. Warning, do not read this book straight through from beginning to end. Okay, I think this is from The Cave of Time.
That's just straight up the first page of a Choose Your Own Adventure book.
Yes. These pages contain many different adventures you can go on in the Cave of Time. From time to time, as you read along, you will be asked to make a choice. Your choice may lead to success or disaster. The adventures you take are a result of your choice. You are responsible because you choose. After you make your choice, follow the instructions to see what happens to you next. Remember, you cannot go back. Think carefully before you make a move. One mistake can be your last, or it may lead you to fame and fortune. They say you can't go back, but that's definitely not true. You can definitely go back. They can't stop you. It's interesting that a book is included. And they make it clear that they are talking about a print book from Bantam Books. Launch price, $1.25 paperback. A bargain. What is Ghost hollering about? She was saying that this is just straight up the first page of a Choose Your Own Adventure book. Sorry. There were a couple series of Choose Your Own Adventure style books I had as a kid. The one I was really, really into, let me Google this real quick to make sure. I'm pretty sure it's called Grail Quest. Yeah. Paste a link because there's some other things called Grail Quest. Sorry about the weird long link, but that's the one I'm talking about. My cover was not as cool as this. This bright pink cover is fantastic, but it did have that same illustration of the three-eyed monster on it. But I'm pretty sure, unless I'm mixing it up with a different series, this series had you like create a character. Like you would use, I think, a single die to do certain things and like, do fights and stuff, and sometimes to, determine the outcome of an action or whatever. Secret Crush says, my school library kept all the Choose Your Own Adventure books on a spinner rack. The spinner rack made them seem even cooler than all the other books. Yes. Goosier, hello. Good to see you. Born in the 80s. Okay. This section starts with mud and goes on up to Monster Island, and Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is the one I want to check out the most. But we'll kind of flip through. We unleash the world's most powerful graphics technology, your brain. Infocom ad. Infocom's ads, like this 1983 two-page spread in softline with inset close-up, often poked fun at the primitive graphics of their rivals, appeal to the intelligence and sophistication of their audience of readers, and build themselves as masters of an emerging new form of literature. It's fascinating to compare this type of ad that's like, listen, we know you're fucking smart, like you don't need these graphics to, show you what something looks like. You can imagine it in a much more interesting way and in far more detail. And then later, like in the 90s especially, you have all these video game ads that are basically calling you an idiot in some way or another. Decaf Jedi posts a lot of stuff from that era that's just like so wild. Graphics, where it all went wrong, exactly. Let's see, this inset here, it says, you'll never see Infocom's graphics on any computer screen because there's never been a computer built by man that could handle the images we produce, and there never will be. We draw our graphics from the limitless imagery of your imagination, a technology so powerful it makes any picture that's ever come out of a screen look like graffiti by comparison. And nobody knows how to unleash your imagination like Infocom. That is a little funny because eventually they did start doing games with pictures. I guess they felt like they had to get people to buy their games at some point. Infocom blurb aged like milk. Mud. Hey, we finally got to the bookmark. Kill skeleton. The viciousness of a whack by the skeleton sends you sideways. Dazedly, you pull through and press forward into the contest. His Majesty's ship impetuous. Infocom games are the best. I certainly enjoyed all the ones I played very much. Though I have realized now that I did not play very many. Definitely the two I remember the most are Zork and Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I did eventually play Zork 2 and 3. Oh, right. Yeah, I played pretty much all the Zork text games eventually. Zork 0, Beyond Zork. That was a text game, right? I'm trying to think if there were any others I played. I always wanted to play Planetfall, but I never had a chance to try that until much later, and I still have not played very much of it. And there's a bunch of others that I was always super interested in, but just, never had a chance to play. Ooh, graphics. You're in a comfortable tunnel-like hall. Imagine being nearly 42. Can't do it. I have no idea what that would be like to be so old. Furkung says, well, I wonder what good typography would be for a parser or terminal game. That was always something that interested me. There was a period where I really wanted to do a game that was basically a very design heavy text game. It probably would have been more of like a hyperlink style game than a text parser game. And I did some simple, very, very, very small mock-ups of some ideas like that, but I never went very far with it. I feel like there's got to be some modern stuff that explores that more, but again, I have not played a lot of modern text games. What's the name of this book? Oh, thank you for the command, but this is 50 Years of Text Games from Oregon Trail to AI Dungeon. It was recently published as a Kickstarter. Unfortunately, the printed form of the book is no longer available, but you can get a digital copy at that link there to aaread.itch.io. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Douglas Adams and Steve Moretsky. Style parser, debuted October 1984. Launch platform, Z Machine version 3. For Apple II, Atari 8-bit, Commodore Series, DOS, Macintosh, TI-99/4A, TRS-80. Publisher, Infocom. Language, ZIL. Launch price, $34.95. Floppy disk. You wake up. The room is spinning very gently around your head. Or at least it would be if you could see it, which you can't. Douglas Adams, at first, did not like computers. He had built a career out of making fun of them with his Hitchhiker's Guide franchise, which began on the radio before spilling into other media, most famously a series of best-selling books. Hitchhikers is hard to summarize, but one of its themes is that technology in the hands of big business and bloated bureaucracies does not make life better. It makes it far, far worse. Hence characters like Marvin, the robot given a genuine people personality, who promptly becomes terminally insufferably depressed, deep thought, a computer tasked with finding the meaning of life and coming back millions of years later with the number 42, or the mechanical crew of an interplanetary flight whose departure has been delayed for 900 years. $34.99, roughly $30,000 in today's money. Furkung says, suspended rules, and I have no idea how to even begin to approach it. Interesting. Ford, what's happening on this hell ship? Autopilot, there has been a delay. The passengers are kept into temporary suspended animation for their comfort and convenience. Coffee and biscuits are served every 10 years, after which passengers are returned to suspended animation for their comfort and convenience. Departure will take place when flight stores are complete. We apologize for the delay. Ford, delay? Have you seen the world outside this ship? It's a wasteland, a desert. Civilization's been and gone. It's over. There are no lemon-soaked paper napkins on the way from anywhere. Autopilot. The statistical likelihood is that other civilizations will arise. There will one day be lemon-soaked paper napkins. Till then, there will be a short delay. Please return to your seats. Corporate mandated cheerfulness, algorithmically enabled mutually assured destruction, user interfaces so determined to be friendly that they render themselves utterly useless. Much of Hitchhikers is a prescient and sometimes rather dark prediction of a future that seemed very likely in the 1980s, when IBM, the Cold War, and the rise of automated phone lines were still dominant in the cultural imagination. Dealing with the American Express computer to acknowledge a change of address form, Adams once complained, has been beyond Kafka's worst paranoid nightmares. But then something changed. While living in Hollywood for a year, as he attempted to write a Hitchhiker's screenplay, Adams bought his own computer and got hooked. It was the ultimate procrastination device, of course, but also a tinkerer's dream. For the first time, a computer wasn't something imposed on him by a soulless authority. It was a platform and a tool he could approach on his own terms. He taught himself some programming and tried playing a few games, but at first was unimpressed. Up till then, when people said computer game, I thought, oh, it's shooting down rocket ships and chasing little aliens around mazes and all that kind of boring stuff, which A, I was bored by, and B, I didn't have the hand-eye coordination necessarily to get any decent score. Then Adams discovered interactive fiction. He played adventure, then got turned on to the games of Infocom. Suspended, in particular, fascinated him. He, quote, discovered that there was a sort of great world of wit and invention and logical problems in text games. And I suddenly thought, I would love to be doing this. Adams got in touch with Infocom, who by 1984 were at peak supremacy. Product manager Mike Dornbrook, noting to an interviewer that there were now 2 million personal computers in people's homes, said Infocom's research suggested their products had penetrated nearly half of those systems. Our joke is that we have penetrated them all, he quipped, if you count the pirated games. 2 million was still a small audience compared to traditional media, but publishing and entertainment companies were starting to take note. Spurred by Infocom's success, the massive popularity of games like The Hobbit, and the booming sales of gamebook series like Choose Your Own Adventure, 1984 saw an enormous influx of half-baked attempts by traditional media outlets to create interactive books, playable adaptations of titles from big-name authors like Isaac Asimov, Stephen King, Michael Crichton, and Anne McCaffrey. They were almost universally awful, since few of their developers knew anything about how to make interactive stories work, and few of the famous authors in question were actually involved in the adaptations. Yet publishing houses were beyond keen to get in on that new software money. Simon & Schuster executives met with Infocom about the possibility of an acquisition and were alarmed to learn that Infocom's hint books alone were outselling many of their paperback titles. Infocom paired Adams up with Steve Moretsky, author of their well-regarded sci-fi comedy Planetfall. Moretsky, like Adams, was a converted technophobe. He had first joined the company as a tester after Dornbrook, his roommate at the time, kept bringing unfinished Zort games home. At first disdainful, Moretsky soon got sucked in and became a passionate champion for the new medium. While Adams originally wanted to do something other than another Hitchhiker's adaptation, it was by far the most obvious choice for a project. He perked up at the notion that the game could be more experimental than previous incarnations. I could take stuff out of the book and didn't have to follow it slavishly, he recalled. The book became a bank of ideas. In fact, I looked for things that weren't well developed in the book, odd lines that seemed to go nowhere. In the end, he imagined the game would bear, quote, as much relationship to the books as Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead does to Hamlet. As in previous versions, the game of Hitchhikers follows hapless Earthman Arthur Dent, who loses first his house and then his entire planet to unscheduled demolitions at the hands of uncaring civil servants, local and galactic. Arthur joins up with Ford Prefect, a roving researcher for the titular guide, basically space Wikipedia on a tablet before either such concept had been invented. The guide provides a useful source of authorial digression and, in the game, occasionally useful information. The plot of the game involves collecting 4 pieces of fluff from across space and time that will combine to form a seedling of a plant that offers a glimpse of the future. But, as in previous versions of the story, the plot wasn't really the point. Half the fun was putting the player in bizarre situations that gave Adams and Moretsky's writing a chance to shine. I have a couple excerpts here. Command, enjoy poetry. You realize that, although the Vogon poetry is indeed astoundingly bad, worse things happen at sea and, in fact, at school. With an effort for which Hercules himself would have patted you on the back, you grit your teeth and enjoy the stuff. Command, open door. The door explains in a haughty tone that the room is occupied by a super intelligent robot and that lesser beings, by which it means you, are not to be admitted. Show me some tiny example of your intelligence. It says, and maybe, just maybe, I might reconsider. Command, kick door. I suppose you think that since you have legs and I have not, you can get away with that sort of thing. Well, the door continues stiffly. Maybe you can and maybe you can't. There's a molecular hyperwave pincer here. Examine pincer. It looks like every other molecular hyperwave pincer you've ever seen, of course. No backseating the book reading experience. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Stream Elements, for the reminder. I decided to leave that enabled since we will be playing a game eventually. I promise. Didn't Kemco port a bunch of Infocom games to NES like Shadowgate and Uninvited? They did port Shadowgate and Uninvited. Those are MacVenture. MacVenture is the engine. Shoot, what's the... ICOM Simulations. So I can understand why you might have mixed that up. But yeah, different company. It's possible they also ported Infocom games that I'm not aware of, but I don't think so. Hinton says, it's so bizarre to me that TV and print called themselves traditional media before games really even existed. Gift sub literally just ended. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. I honestly, I could read this whole chapter, but I probably shouldn't. I guess I'll skip ahead now and we'll look at some maps and stuff. Map of the Starship Heart of Gold, one of the largest areas in Hitchhikers. At only 31 rooms, the game had one of the smallest maps of any of the classic Infocom titles. Hitchhiker's Feely, a small plastic baggie with, apparently, nothing inside. And the bag is labeled, Official Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Microscopic Space Fleet. I mean, I assume there's a microscopic space fleet inside there, right? Surely there must be. Another excerpt of a very good puzzle from the game. The command, get tea. No tea, dropped. Command, drop tea. No tea, taken. Culinary disaster. 19 months. Time just keeps going, huh? Thank you so much, Culinary, for 19 whole dang months. As it turns out, my sum also ran out today. I appreciate your resub very, very much. A Mind Forever Voyaging. Okay, so this reminds me of one of the things that came with this was your choice of 4 different maps from the book as a like big poster version, and I ended up going with A Mind Forever Voyaging. I'm pretty sure none of the options were games I had ever played before, so I had a hard time deciding, but eventually I went with this one. It's perforated, but it's not coming apart. I'm gonna go grab some scissors real quick. Sorry, I'm just trying to find... Okay. I've got too many BRB screens right now, but this is the normal one. I'll be back in just a minute or two. Okay. I have returned with scissors. To make sure I don't accidentally cut the book. That would make me very sad. These scissors are not great. Time to use nature's scissors? What are those? Yeah, it might be good to buy some new scissors. It's probably worth doing. Neat. So this is an area called Rockville from A Mind Forever Voyaging. Got a Sky Car factory over here near the city dump. Midland Cemetery, Church Street Park, Halley Park, Riverside Park, Rockville Reservoir, near the stadium, Border Security Force Base. Probably some of this is spoilers, but that's okay. I'll forget it all by the time I ever play this game. 1985. My favorite part of this game is its name, and I don't expect that to change. Ouch! All right. Rollover Orwell. Mock-up of a print ad concept for Voyaging from Moretsky's development binder. Introducing Infocom's first bold venture into serious science fiction and some exciting new features. First, we conceived a gripping story that probes the very nature of human society, a story in the tradition of 1984. Then we did Orwell one better and brought it to life with the radically expanded content of new interactive fiction plus TM. The result, a mind forever voyaging TM. Sci-fi may never be the same. And this advanced level story, the year is 2031, and you're the world's first intelligent computer, a conscious feeling machine whose task is to simulate the future. You'll find fewer puzzles to solve and more avenues to explore as you step forward in time to predict the effects of a radical new political plan. Will it bring peace and prosperity, or set the world on a suicide course? Pick it up today, because 1984 is over. Eat shit, Orwell. There's that same map, but not in color. Furkung says his A Mind Forever Voyaging notes are available on the Internet Archive. It's really fascinating. Neat. What did Orwell do to them? Great question. Just wasn't good enough, I guess. Are these floppy disks in sleeves? This is Uncle Roger, a hypertext game from 1986 to 87. Debuted as daily posts. That's interesting. There's got to be... Okay, below and opposite. Front and back of two 5 1/4-inch floppy disks in the 1988 compilation release of Uncle Roger. The disc sleeves were hand-cut and hand-lettered by Malloy for each copy. Scans courtesy the Pathfinders Project. That's neat. Destroy that note, said Uncle Roger. His breath smelled like Kentucky Fried Chicken. What are you up to, I asked. On the other side says, the Blue Notebook. The things I wrote in the Blue Notebook didn't happen in exactly the way I wrote them. Oh. Hinton getting auto-modded for saying bite me. Which was flagged as a sex-based term. Dead authors can bite me. When was the last time they did anything radical and sick? Exactly. Maple Mystery, hello, great to see you. Hope you're doing well. We are checking out this book I got recently, 50 Years of Text Games. There's a link to it. The print version is no longer available, but the digital form is. If y'all aren't following Julia Minamata, I would definitely recommend checking out her streams and her game, The Crimson Diamond, which is not a text game, but is a text parser game, which is maybe even better if you ask me. Graphics and everything. I like graphics, personally. I think they're very nice. Plundered Hearts. This one has always intrigued me and continues to do so because it has a very romance novel cover art design, which I assume is indicative of its content, which just seems like a completely different vibe than any interactive fiction I have ever played. By Amy Briggs, September 1987. Shoot the pirate. Trembling, you fire the heavy arquebus. You hear its loud report over the firing wind, yet the dark figure still approaches. The gun falls from your nerveless hands. You won't kill me, he says, stepping over the weapon. Not when I am the only protection you have from Jean Lafond. Chestnut hair, tousled by the wind, frames the tanned oval of his face. Lips curving, his eyes rake over your inadequately dressed body. The damp chemise clinging to your legs and heaving bosom, your gleaming hair. You're intensely aware of the strength of his hard, sea-worn body, of the deep sea blue of his eyes. And then his mouth is on yours, lips parted, demanding, and you arch into his kiss. He presses you against him, head bent. But who, my dear, he whispers into your hair, will you protect from me? Very exciting. When you save, it says, aye, aye. Oh my, indeed. Kyle and Error, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Arquebus is a primitive musket. Okay, thank you. I figured it was some type of gun. Map of the Helena Louise from Plundered Hearts. I assume that's a ship, yeah. You have suffered a fate worse than death. Yikes. There's some very good scenes, some inventive, not too hard puzzles. Nice. Shoot, you know what? Furkung keeps dropping all this great information, and I didn't even do a dang shout out. What the heck? What's wrong with me? Furkung plays a ton of text adventure games. Of course. I apologize for forgetting for so long. Prestavba. Oh, Perestroika. Okay. ZX Spectrum. Language. Basic. Code. Check. Text. It's really just for my own, like, for this stream in particular, but I continue to wish that each chapter had just like a nice, concise little summary of each game. Because this, like, so many of these sound very interesting, but like, I don't want to read the entire book. I am excited to read it off stream on my own time. Title screen of 17/11/1989, author unknown. The header translates to, "We don't want violence," a slogan chanted by student protesters who were badly beaten by police on that date. Typical of games in the scene, the detailed cop face was borrowed from a pirated Western fighting game. Monster Island. Ooh, this is a play-by-mail. Monster Island is a whole new type of play-by-mail game. It is a strange game, unlike anything you've ever seen. Throw away any preconceived ideas you may have. Monster Island has its own special feel and works in a very intelligent way. I honestly might be tempted to do a redemption to read from this book. The 1990s, from Lambda Mu to King of Dragon Pass. I should probably flip through this a little bit faster. This is interesting. The Story Space Hypertext Editor running on a Macintosh? Are we sure about that? Unless it's like a Macintosh port of a Windows version that didn't do anything to look like a Macintosh app. I'm pretty sure that's a Windows app. This looks more like... No, that's still Windows. Heaton says, I highly recommend the book Gaming the Iron Curtain for more info about Czech computer games of the 80s. Interesting. Furkunk says, now I'm just very stoked. Aaron Reed's writing was part of what kicked me off getting into text games. Oh, that's cool. So... It's probably not very obvious, but I'm holding this book just a little bit off a table, and it's got a good weight to it, and I just realized that I'm like starting to kind of sweat a little, and I think it's mostly just because like it's a decent amount of work to hold this up. It's maybe also a little warm in here. It's fine. I just thought I would share. Screenshots from Trade Wars 2002, illustrated with 16-color ANSI graphics made from extended text characters. Oh, that's cool. I've seen some games that did that, which is really interesting. That's the problem with books. They always lead to other books. Yeah. Silverwolf. Huh. The author of Silverwolf is St. Bride's School. That's interesting. Are you familiar with this one, Maple Mystery? We'll turn the warm down. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh. Neat art. Illustration and hand-lettered cover for Artemis number 5, credited to Michelle Dennis. At last, Silverwolf strikes back. Oh, you just love NC graphics. Okay, got it. Just, stream delay confusing me. Another nice map. Periphery of Meldrew Hall in curses. As expansive as it is, the game never enters the house proper. Some rooms and map connections are omitted for visual clarity. Graham Nelson is an author I wish I knew anything about. A book author or a game author? Like this excerpt here. Player, Sluggo, hey dork, get a life. Patchwork Girl or a Modern Monster, Shelley Jackson. Hypertext, Macintosh and Windows. Macintosh being listed first makes this relevant to my interests. That's neat. Game author. I figured that's what you meant, just making sure. Crinkled a page slightly because I was trying to flip too fast. That'll teach me. This is cool. Portion of a map by player Shazara Tassa of Archaea's main continent during the late 2000s, showing lands between Maldor and the old city of Shalom, later destroyed. Each square is a distinct described room. The spread shows only a portion of the original map and omits many interior areas. The game today is larger still. This is wild. Let's zoom in. Computer enhance. This is an ongoing text MMO? I assume so. I'll flip back and check on that. It is a MUD, multi-user dungeon. Debuted in 1977, Linux server and Telnet client. King of Dragon Pass ad from the April 2000 Realms of Fantasy short story magazine, an example of a sharp looking beyond traditional gamers to find an audience. The 2000s, starting with Galatea to Fallen London in 2009. Oh man. Early 2000s devices like the BlackBerry 7000 series or Apple's original iPod did not yet have the large screens that would make reading interactive text on them an appealing proposition in future decades. How cool would it be to play a text game on an iPod, though? I'd be down for that. Or a BlackBerry. Early Facebook games like Zynga's Mafia Wars, a thinly veiled clone of David Maestri's Mob Wars, used largely text-based interfaces. Galatea, Emily Short, style parser, debuted April 8th, 2000. Launch platform Z Machine version 5, language Inform 6. You come around a corner, away from the noise of the opening. There is only one exhibit. She stands in the spotlight with her back to you, a sweep of pale hair on paler skin, a column of emerald silk that ends in a pool at her feet. She might be the model in a perfume ad, the trophy wife at a formal gathering, one of the guests at this very opening, standing on an empty pedestal in some iconic act of artistic deconstruction. You hesitate, about to turn away. Her hand balls into a fist. They told me you were coming. I just realized that this book is especially dangerous because it's probably going to make me want to play all of these games. Hunziker Crush says, I don't think I realized Galatea was from 2000. I first heard about it on a Let's Play forum, and it was probably around 2013-14. Yeah, I feel like I had definitely heard of it, but not very much about it, but probably not until later as well. Sorry, I was looking at the caption on these images, and it says the Puppet This is about a game called The Beast. The Puppet Masters seemed unsure whether this aspect of their game was a feature or a bug. In an update, they added a new citation to Janine Sala's publications page, a paper called Multi-Person Social Problem-Solving Arrays Considered as a Form of Artificial Intelligence. A link labeled Demo went to the Cloudmaker's homepage. I'm very confused. Oh, this is interesting. A player of Screen knocks displaced words back into position. Through her headset, the words appear to be drifting in 3D in the space between her and the walls. Still from documentation video by Michelle Higa. So this is like a VR text game. Verkung says, something that I really appreciate about his approach is that he was very platform agnostic. A player of Screen observes the collapse phase where all the words detach and drift in a shifting cloud while a voiceover narration is heard. Still from documentation video by Michelle Higa. Verkung, your link got removed. If you whisper that to Unsecret Crush, she can post it in chat. Apologies. The Kingdom of Loathing. An adventurer is you. Lovely little stick figures. They seem to be enjoying some wine. Is that what's going on there? The Kingdom of Loathing homepage from late 2003. There's an excerpt here. Combat. You're fighting a remaindered skeleton. You know how when you buy a skeleton, it usually has a label on it that says, if you purchase this skeleton without a skull, you should be aware that this skeleton is stolen property. It was reported as, quote, unsold and destroyed to the manufacturer, and neither the skeleton's original container nor the necromancer responsible for its reanimation has received any payment for this stripped skeleton. This is the kind of skeleton that label was talking about. And also the kind of skeleton that is attacking you. I've heard about this game. I've heard it mentioned a fair bit, but never played it and don't know a lot about it. Just from that excerpt, it certainly sounds like something I would appreciate. There's multiple loathing games. Okay. Oh, thank you for sharing that link. Let's see. So, where's that message? Oh, let me check. Often has links. Oh, that's a link to Galatea. Thank you. Thank you. Cool. New loathing games are solid too. Nice. Shades of Doom. Dwarf Fortress, also known as Slaves to Armok, God of Blood, Chapter 2, Dwarf Fortress. They did eventually get the full title in there. Lots of bits of code here. The complete default tile set for Dwarf Fortress of 256 symbols, possibly adapted from IBM's 1981 monochrome display adapter font. Ooh, Hinton says, loathing content warning. One of the devs has been outed as kind of a bad guy. Thank you for pointing that out. Map view of an early Dwarf Fortress fort. Culinary says, in West of Loathing, you get a death save once per day. You can insult yourself in the mirror to lose that death save and give your character the angry status. Fascinating. Whoa. This is all like it's not letters, but they're all characters, I believe. Opposite portion of a Dwarf Fortress world map from the original 2006 release, rendered like the rest of the game in colored ASCII characters. Annoying how good stuff is sometimes made by guys who are varying degrees of bad. Yeah, that is annoying. Oh, it's cool that this has translations for the text. I just got distracted by this excerpt. Look at plants. I already told you, kid. It's all your imagination. Without a doubt, a product of drugs and your inexhaustible imagination. Good stuff, good quality. Monkeys floating in the air like corneo worms feeding on flesh in red sports cars. Plants moving on the threshold. The Jaggle Snark approaches. Its jellied arms jiggle menacingly. Beware its toxic spittle. Violet. Calm down. All you have to do is write 1,000 words and everything will be fine. And you have all day, except it's already noon. All right, I'm gonna the opening for this has caught my attention, so I'm going to read a little bit of it. When You Die in Adventure 1976, the classic that ushered in the interactive fiction medium, narration that had previously been fairly neutral describing caverns, axes, and trolls goes a little odd. Oh dear, you seem to have gotten yourself killed. I might be able to help you out, but I've never really done this before. Do you want me to try and reincarnate you? The question foregrounds something most parser games take pains to conceal. Just whose voice is replying to your words? It's not you, the player, nor is it you, the character whose adventures you've been dictating. It's some third agent in between, an intermediary apparently interpreting your actions and narrating back the results. Adventure's death message makes this character suddenly and a bit unexpectedly defined. Someone with particular abilities, concerns, and self-doubts. It might make you wonder how much your interactions with Adventure have been filtered through their voice. Who exactly is telling you this story? The role is somewhat akin to a narrator in traditional fiction, though interactivity makes the concept more complex. And just as traditional fiction has experimented with making narrators more visible, so too has IF. In Photopia, the player comes to realize that a very specific narrator is inventing the worlds their character explores for the benefit of a very particular listener. The realization is key to understanding the story. Failsafe, in a conceit used more famously by the later mobile hit Lifeline, pretends the intermediary isn't there at all, with your orders given directly to an astronaut who needs help. Misunderstood commands are explained away as transmissions distorted by static. In Bellclap, you play a god giving commands to a reluctant supplicant sheltering in your temple. The intermediary here is an angel in charge of relaying your commands and reporting back the results. But Violet would become one of IF's most famous examples of an unusual narrator sweeping all of the community's awards the year of its release. In the game, you play a graduate student in the midst of a years-long dissertation slump, chronically unable to write or accept that you're not going to finish. When the story opens, you've been given an ultimatum by your long-suffering girlfriend, Violet, who's threatened to leave you and fly back home to Australia if you don't make concrete progress on a final make-or-break day. The game takes place on that day in a single room, your on-campus office, and challenges you to successfully execute a single command. Write. But first you must deal with a seemingly endless parade of amusing distractions and excuses. Amusing, that is, for you, the player, certainly not you, the main character. What could have been a relatively slight puzzle game is immeasurably improved by its narrator, Violet herself, or at least a version of her in your character's head, trying her best to keep you on track. This sounds super interesting. Everything around you is filtered through Violet's perspective. Many descriptions change each time you see them, as if Violet is noticing different details. A picture of her on your desk is described as a, quote, framed knockout. Responses are riddled with pet names and in-jokes. An appearance by your ex is narrated in a tone dripping with sarcasm, and even the smallest action or description is a chance to get to know a character who soon comes to feel more real than your own. This sounds insufferable to me. I don't think I could play this, says Deavor. Yeah, like, it's the kind of thing that could definitely end up being difficult to play, but, like, I love the idea of it, and I would love to try it at least. Fallen London. Oh. Opposite. Fallen London's interface circa 2021, showing a hand of opportunity cards above a list of storylets playable from the current location. Interesting. So I assume this is a web-based game. Yeah. Let's see, Crush says, Fallen London or something adjacent to it has been recommended to me, I think. Ah, this is Lifeline, I think. Oh, sorry. It's just the introduction to the 2010s chapter. But this caught my eye. I'm familiar with Lifeline. I never actually played it. I downloaded it. I download many games to my devices and never actually get around to playing them. But it seemed really interesting. Like it plays out like you get these messages from a person, and then you respond to them. So it's like you're talking to a person, kind of. And Secret Crush says, I don't know if Valis is still around. I think they told me about Mask of the Rose, which has some connection to Fallen London. Interesting. Hinton says, Lifeline, it's good. Good to know. Furkung said, referring to Violet, it's a game to explore the first-person character perspective of text adventures. Oni explains Inform through Violet. There's also Sunless Sea and Skies in the same universe, and a new visual novel. Okay, interesting. You're referring to Fallen London there, I assume. Sorry, I couldn't tell which of those comments were connected with each other. Sits on my Steam wish list. Oh, Emily Short also wrote Sunless Sea Sky. Neat. Sorry, this caught my eye. 16 ways to kill a vampire at McDonald's. A Twine game. How many ways can you take out a vampire before it claims another victim? Great question. Digital, a love story. Christine Love. This is another one I have heard of, but not had a chance to play. The distinctive blues of the Amiga workbench environment left inspired Digital's fictional Amy workbench opposite right, in which the game takes place. So here's actual Amiga workbench, and then there's the game. Workbench 1.3. You sound familiar with that. Whoa. Opposite, node map for Howling Dogs is displayed within the Twine editor with nodes repositioned to demonstrate the piece's structure. Names of key nodes not normally visible at the zoom level have been added for orientation. That's cool. Hinton says, I am learned in the ways of Amiga. Nice. I always... it intrigued me greatly, but I had very little opportunity to ever use an Amiga. Oh, another Emily Short game. Versu, A Family Supper. Procedural story. Interesting. Launch platform, iPad/Versu app. That that makes me wonder if this game is still playable. Hopefully it's been ported to something, if not. Screenshot of it. Versu Story, The House on the Cliff running on an iPad. Okay, so that's a different game then. But on the same platform. Emily Short on the Versu UI. We spent ages in the first stages of the story working on the user interface. Should it be real time? Should the text scroll on its own? If it didn't scroll by itself, how should the user control forward movement? What should the menus look like? How should we be signaling character moods and feelings? There are a lot of false starts here. Earlier versions of the interface were auto-scrolling and also in some cases had more other doodads and state readouts visible, though not to any extremes. Lyndon had always encouraged us to approach this as a readerly experience. It did mean we were thinking in terms of ebook that you interact with at least as much as game. That type of thing is extremely relevant to my interests. Oh, interesting. There's like a start of, I guess, flowchart down here? I don't know exactly what's going on here. I'm trying to find... Okay, below, this page, spread, and next, 4 routes through 80 days and the connections between destinations they pass through, with occasional conveyances noted. Darker gray cities are those skipped via express routes on the journey paths highlighted here. Some connections, including backtracking, are omitted for clarity. This map shows only half the destinations reachable in the game and a fraction of more than 400 possible routes between them. Holy crap. Hinton says, you should have simply had your dad buy one, an Amiga for your house. That's how I did it. My dad bought a Macintosh, and I guess if I could go back and change that, I don't think that I would. But I appreciate the tip regardless. Thank you. Ooh, I actually got to talk to the dev about this game. He was pretty proud of it. Nice. For Kunk said, Porpentine's games are really good. 80 Days is the rare, heavily replayable narrative text game. Yeah, based on that chart, it certainly sounds like it. Oh, yikes. Opposite. Twine map for Lifeline. Oh, we're on Lifeline now. I missed that. And I did not realize that Lifeline was authored in Twine. That's cool. Twine map for Lifeline, beginning upper left, showing a mostly linear overall structure characterized by rich local but less overall impact from choices and occasional opportunities to skip past certain sequences. It's all very tiny. Choices the Freshman. This is an iOS and Android game. I do kind of wish that there were more screenshots. Ideally kind of showing like the way these games looked on systems when they first came out. Like, I think that would be useful and interesting context. Even if, you know, the games don't necessarily have a single visual presentation. Universal paper clips. Excerpt, paper clips, 0, make paperclip. Web-based game. Type of game? Resource management. Okay. Top tier idle game. It, like, the name, I'm kind of sold just by the name. I don't know why. It's great. A little snippet of JavaScript. Bennett Foddy game, isn't it? Is it? Frank Lance with Bennett Foddy and Hillary Lance. Here we got some screenshots. Below and opposite, views of paper clips from various moments along the journey. Fascinating. There's a list of projects which includes hypnodrones, autonomous aerial brand ambassadors, and photonic chip converts electromagnetic waves into quantum operations. Oh, we got late game spoilers in that screenshot. I won't show it too much then. Werewood by Isabella Shaw. Choice-based Android, iOS, Linux, Mac Win. Davor says, I liked a dark room, but not a lot of that had to do with it being an idle game. Culinary says, referring to Universal Paper Clips, this game is hilarious. AI Dungeon, procedural story, web-based. Oh, web interface to GPT model. In 2019, interesting. We're almost at the end. I think this is the last game. Sense and Semiosis. Oh, what's this? Opposite. A fraction of the thousands of strings contained in the Sense and Semiosis source code, sorted in random order. These were not generated by an algorithm, but hand-assembled for the project along with precise rules for where each can appear. Interesting. Index. Oh, Monkey Island is in the index. I'm going to have to look at that just because I'm curious. It's on page 348. Why did Monkey Island come up? Where are the page numbers? Okay, top. This is in the Photopia chapter. Mentions the curse of Monkey Island. Okay. That's 50 years of text games from Oregon Trail to AI Dungeon. And now... Actually, let's take a quick flip through this. This is a little bonus booklet with some stuff that didn't make it into the main book. Further explorations. I'm just going to very quickly kind of flip through this. Genre explorations, visual novels. I love this screenshot here. Screenshot from the PC 8801 version of Portopia Renzoku Satsujin Jiken, 1983, one of very few parser-based visual novels. I was like, I know that screenshot at the bottom is familiar. It's Dream Daddy. Also, above that, Long Live the Queen. Feels like a real short 50 years. Yeah. Ooh, Planetfall. I have no idea if Planetfall is particularly good or not. It's just a game that always interested me. Just because I love the Infocom games that I played, and you know, I also like sci-fi stuff. But I never had a chance to play it. Lots of folks like Portopia. Nice. Hinton says, "Long live the Queen." Good. Culinary agrees. All right. God, it's 11 o'clock already. I think I need another break before we get into the feelies. This seems like a good time to do that. Culinary says, "Long Live the Queen" is very much a spreadsheet game. Interesting. So I will take a slightly longer break, and then we'll come back and check out these feelies, which, again, I promise are very cool. And then once we've checked them all out, we will load up the floppy disk and check out the game and other stuff that's on there. So I will be back in a few minutes. Okay, whoops. Oh, wrong button. Ignore that. Oh no. I put some cellophane in the trash and it's like, it's doing the thing where it is kind of slowly expanding and making noises. I gotta take that out and put it somewhere else. Okay, hi, I'm back. Long Live the Queen is inspired by Princess Maker. I assume is what you were referring to. Maple Mystery says, I've watched Let's Plays of Princess Maker 2 and 5. 2 seems like a lot of fun. Unseeker Crush said, there was an English version of 1 released on Switch a few years ago. I think it was 3. I bought it, but I haven't played more than a couple hours. The text is very small. Hit and ask, can anyone remember all the different games from today I wanted to go back and read more about? I can't, unfortunately. I can, once again, press this button, which... let me check here. I feel like one of those links has to have a list of all the games somewhere. So perhaps if you find that list and look through it, that will help refresh your memory on which ones sounded interesting. Oh, you have the book now. Great. Fantastic. Problem solved. Unseeker Crush says, you put the trash in there? Rookie mistake. Look, I put some trash in the other room, and then there was more, and I was like, I don't want to walk all the way into the other room again. I want to get back to stream, and mistakes were made. But it's fine now. I fixed it. Okay. Unseeker Crush says, Princess Maker Wiki confirms the one available on Switch is Princess Maker 3. Okay. All right. So, this is our box of feelies. Let's admire the box some more. It's got a bunch of text that I think is like snippets from probably all 50 games. I see make paperclip, business, available funds, $2, price per clip. In an open field west of a big white house with a boarded front door. That one is Zork, obviously. Obvious to me, anyways. The one before that, I assume, is Universal Paperclips. You can resurrect me, but only piecemeal. If you want to see the... Read this book straight through from beginning to end. These pages contain... that's clearly a choose-your-own-adventure. It's bizarre conventions and unique legal intricacies. Anyway, you get the idea. Let's open box. Let's see. There's a ribbon down here. Oh, it's got a nice little magnetic closure. This is so great. Opened. The box contains precious treasures. Got some nice tissue paper in here to keep things from moving around too much. Look at all these goodies. So this one is a replica of... I wish this had a little card. Maybe it does. Okay, it does. Great. Okay. Get this out. Come out. 50 Years of Text Games, Ultimate Collector's Edition Manifest. Early computer games often came with bonus goodies in the box, from enchanted rocks to replica coins to secret decoder wheels to draw players into their world. This box too contains feelies to lend a tactile connection to an earlier age of digital gaming history. More details about these items and digital downloads of their contents can be found at... Don't look at that. That's not for you. I didn't realize there was a password and stuff on there. Don't tell anybody. a length of real computer punch tape. Did I pull everything out? Neat. Encoding a program fragment in 8-bit binary, each row of 8 punched or unpunched holes encodes 1 byte, allowing lines of program code to be stored at a rate of about 3 lines per foot. Which is just wild. And this is actual, like, ancient punch tape from 50 years ago. Next we have a 3.5-inch floppy disk with book contents and secret game. And a lovely label designed in the print shop. The full text of the 50 main book chapters in ASCII, plus a bonus text adventure by the author, You Are Standing. I love the title already. Next we have Hint Book and Secret Decoder Wand for 50 years of text games. Find the game you need a hint for, use the decoder wand to reveal the first answer, continue until you've revealed all the hints you need. Oop, here's our decoder. Okay, so we've played Colossal Cave on stream, so let's check out the hints for that. If you didn't watch that stream, and don't want spoilers for Colossal Cave Adventure, perhaps look away for a few minutes. So here it is, Adventure. How do I get into the cave? This is the first answer. It's a little hard to read on camera. There we go. Get the lamp and key from the building. And then the second answer with more detail, follow the stream to the grate and unlock it. Light the lamp before entering. Good tips. Although I'm pretty sure you can go in. You don't necessarily have to light the lantern before you go in, as I recall. How do I get past the snake? You'll need help from another animal. 2. The bird drives away the snake, if you can cage it. 3. Sorry, some of this is a little hard to read. The way to do so isn't obvious, but there's a clue if you type help. 4. Drop rod from the cobble crawl in the splendid chamber. Then catch bird when you're holding the cage. 5. Free bird when near the snake. I always did throw bird. What can I do about the dwarves? 1. Their attacks are annoying, but also provide the means to a solution. 2. One of them leaves something behind when he attacks. 3. Get axe, then throw axe when dwarves appear. 4. Keep trying and save often. Always good advice. So those are all the tips for adventure. That's great. It's got a thing on the cover that just says instructions. Yeah, sorry if it wasn't super hard to see. Honestly, it's a little tricky to see in person as well. I did my best. I wonder if the lollipop could work on an LCD screen with some calibration. Let's, y'all won't be able to see, but I can hold this up and then use it on my screen. It does help a little bit. It's kind of interesting. Like, it definitely, like, you can see some amount of the text, but it's even harder to make out. But yeah, like, if you maybe adjust your monitor a little, it might work a little better. Silverstreak says, what can I do about the dwarves? Become frustrated when the RNG is bad. Yeah. Next we have Replica Adventure Game cassette tape, which is the thing I was first showing and wished I had an explanation of to make sure I got the details right. Reproduction prop mimicking the appearance of an early retail computer game release from 1978. The text games Adventureland and Pirate Adventure. So one of the earliest commercial adventure games is my understanding. I saw a note on the Kickstarter page that they made sure to have some slight differences from the original so that it couldn't be confused for the original. Just because there's been a lot of issues lately with counterfeit games being sold for as though they are real originals. Creative computing software. Explore an almost endless maze of caverns with incredible riches and hazards. You'll run into unusual creatures, quicksand, diamonds and rubies, a rusty axe, and many other strange and beautiful things, challenging and fun for all ages. So I assume that this is, it's not just a visual replica and that it does in fact have the actual games on it. I would love to try to figure out if there's any way I could... Well, I guess you would need the correct computer. Like, it would be neat to figure out some way to read this and play it, but I would definitely have to buy an entire computer, and that's not going to happen. Maybe someday. Does replica mean it's non-functional? I don't know that I've come across anything being 100% clear, but again, I assume it does have the games on it. It's replica in that it's not the original. It's recreating the original form of this game release. Adventureland and Pirate Adventure by Scott Adams. This is the pet version of one of the most challenging computer games written. In the game, you try to find and take treasures as you explore a fantasy world, but to do this, you often have to accomplish intermediate tasks. The computer acts as a puppet and carries out your commands. Most commands are one or two words, a verb and a noun. You might say, take inventory to see what you are carrying, or go north to move to a different place. If you're in trouble, try typing help. Sometimes you'll need special objects to do certain things. Often a little magic is necessary. Feel free to try any command you want. The fun of the game is finding out how to play. To load either adventure into your pet, simply type load and press the play button on the tape recorder. The pet will ask if you want to use a previously saved game. Answer no, and the game will begin. Since your adventure will go on for a long time, you can type save game to record your current game on a separate blank cassette. Next time you want to play, answer yes when asked if you want to use an old saved game. Sometimes when you are playing adventure, you will reach an impasse. Try a new approach to the problem and think of objects or messages you found earlier but haven't used yet. Sometimes you will have to start over after an important object was destroyed or lost. Often there are several ways of acquiring objects, but only one method will lead to the desired result. Good luck! Oh, it's just audio? I mean, it's audio, but it's data encoded as audio, right? I mean, it's not like it's playing back recorded dialogue or something. You just need to play it into your sound card. So I think I understand what you're saying. So you could use any tape recorder just as long as you get the audio into the computer somehow and then are able to have the software that can interpret that data. You can take the wave and feed it to an emulator. Okay, yeah. Thank you for clarifying. That makes sense. Furkunk said, one of my favorite things was finding a BBC micro TV show that distributed programs by playing the audio over the credits. Oh, that's cool as hell. Okay. Just wanted to check if there was anything on the opposite side here. Looks blank. One thing that I've become very nervous about lately, like I have a lot of old floppy disks, right? And finally I have a way to read some of them. And now that I have that, I've become incredibly nervous because so many modern computing devices have magnets in them. Like the fucking iPad is full of magnets. I have definitely at least once accidentally set floppy disks on my iPad. So that's fun. Okay, so we have this beautiful floppy disk, and we have a floppy disk drive. It's a little USB drive I picked up a while back. When I got this, I was hoping to be able to read some of my old Mac disks, which I had at least a tiny bit of success with. Like I think I was able to read, like, I don't know, a couple discs. I didn't get nearly as far with that as I was hoping. Just you really need an actual floppy drive of the time period hooked up to a real Mac of the time period to be able to read a lot of the discs that I have. But it has been useful for some other things. Like I picked up Manhunter a while back, and I was able to read those discs with it. Oops, I want the floppy disk. Xenolon, hello. Good to see you. It's going pretty great. We've been checking out this book I got, 50 Years of Text Games. The print version is no longer available, but it's still available in digital format if it's of interest. It's pretty neat. It takes a game from each year, from 71 to 2020, and goes fairly in-depth into each one and includes a lot of neat stuff like maps and flowcharts and bits of source code and stuff like that. It's a neat kind of history of text games. And now there's a brand new game by the author Aaron A. Reed on this disc. So we're going to load this up, and then we'll play it. Hinton says, I'm covered in magnets right now. Ooh. I hope y'all could hear that lovely disc reading noise. We'll get it closer to the mic so we can pick up as many good disc sounds as we can. Hopefully this won't like malfunction and destroy the disc or something. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and load this up. I should be able to show... I guess I'll look at the contents first, and if they're interesting, we can kind of peek at the contents on stream. Mzizzy, hello. Great to see you. I hope you're doing okay. I thought of you earlier because this book, 50 Years of Text Games, includes a Czech game in it, which sounded very interesting. Czech game, yes. Czech text game. It's called... I'm going to do my best. Prestavba? 221. There it is. Perestroika. Text parser game from 1988, hand distributed on cassette, which is fantastic, for ZX Spectrum. Code in BASIC, text in Czech. Okay, So I think the disk is loaded here. Let me just open this on my desktop. Okay, so we have give me a second here. The contents of this aren't super interesting, but I should be able to show them, so I might as well. God, we're just getting so many chunky disk noises here. I hope you can hear them. Let's see. Does this work? Okay, it almost worked. So we have all the chapters of the book in ASCII format. Wonderful. And then we have the game in here. So I'm going to copy that out onto my desktop. And we have a README. 50 Years of Text Games bonus floppy. This diskette contains the full text of each of the main game chapters from the 50 Years of Text Games book in the book folder. Note that only the main text and endnotes are here. Sidebars, images, and other supplemental material are not included. The book and all its text are copyright 2002 Aaron A. Reed. Also on the disc, you'll find a bonus text game created specifically for this feelie. You Are Standing in the game folder, written by the author using Inform 6 by Graham Nelson, and the Puny Inform Library by Johan Bernstein and Frederick Ramsberg. To run the game, you'll need an interpreter program for Z-Machine files, which I do have. At the time of this writing, I recommend Lectrote for Mac or PC users, which can be downloaded at the link below, but you can find Z-code interpreters out there for dozens of computing platforms, past and present, and hopefully future. I have Frotz set up. For adventurers looking for a true vintage experience, try running You Are Standing in a DOS emulator using a vintage interpreter like Frotz. We will not be using a DOS emulator. I'm going to be running it right in my Mac terminal. Thanks to any Ultimate Collector's Edition backers for making this disc and the game possible. Enjoy. Aaron A. Reed, December 2022. Neat. Xenolot says, I've spent about 2 weeks trying to repair an M0130 400K floppy drive, and I think I'm ready to give up. Oh no, I think it's beyond help, sadly. That's a bummer. Culinary says, the what X Spectrum now? ZX Spectrum. Or Z, perhaps for some people. MZZ says, amazing. There's a DOS game by that name too. Very different game. Okay. Yeah, Perestroika sounded familiar. I have a collection of ZX text adventures made by Slovak teens from many decades ago. Neat. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to go ahead and switch to this. That's my terminal window. I just got to move this file into my Inform folder. Okay. Again, I know nothing about this game. I just found out the title along with all of you. Standing. What? Oh, Frotz standing. There we go. Okay. Content warning. Touches on themes of despair, anger, and hopelessness in the face of a terminal illness. Press any key to continue. Why is it still making noises? I'm not doing anything with the disc right now. Down under, we call it the Specky. That's great. I'm gonna eject this disc. Oops, I didn't eject it properly. My computer's gonna complain at me now. I just wanna show this lovely print shop label again in case anyone missed it. Culinary says, the good old Zeddy. I don't know if that's a term you made up just now or not. Okay. You put this off too long. I'm realizing now this music is maybe not the right vibe. I think we'll just pause the music for now. You put this off too long. The floppy was on the bureau when you got back home. Jeff must have left it before you drove him to the hospital for the last time. No label, just your name scrawled in pencil. Suppose you owe it to his fans to find out what's on it. Maybe one last masterpiece. They'd like that. The timestamps on the earliest files are decades old. You start with the first. What is called the Specky? The ZX Spectrum. You are lost in an endless desert. A Track Your Path book by Jeffy Creston, room 309. How to read this story, page 1. This is not just any book. To complete this story, you must think carefully and make decisions by turning to the right page. You can type turn to T or just a number. Sometimes you might be told to add a number to a page to know where to turn to, but be forewarned. It is highly dangerous to turn to any page you have not been told. To begin your adventure, turn to 110. I love the way this is starting out because they're warning us to do a thing, but I can tell already that we will absolutely need to do that at some point. I'm trying to find a book to take notes in. I guess I'll just put this in the middle of my Swamp Witch notes. That's fine. Paper cut warning. You are standing. Wait, how many levels of game are we on here? At least 3? I don't know. I can't count that high. To begin your adventure, turn to 110. So we can just type the number. Okay, so we'll just do the number. Edge of the desert, page 110. You are standing at the edge of a vast gold desert that stretches to the horizon south and east. Nothing is visible in the scorching, shimmering air but a trillion grains of shifting sand. If you want to travel east, turn to 210. To travel south, 120. Note, you can turn to 9 any time to see what you've discovered in your adventures. Okay. Turn to 9 anytime. This drive is still making noises. There's nothing in it. I did appreciate the vibe of the disk drive sounds, but it was also a little distracting to me. To see what you've discovered. Game in book. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. So was that 3 or 4? I don't know. Oh, the music covered up the disk drive sounds? I'm sorry. So I know this is short, so I don't think I'm going to do a map, but I am hesitating about it. I think I'll not do a map, but I might change my mind at some point. If you want to travel east, 210, south, 120. Let's try 120. Western Wastelands, page 120. The gritty sand of the desert never stops moving, burying your feet and scouring your face. If you'd like to go north, turn to 110. If you'd rather explore south, 130. Okay, I'm already reconsidering. I need a map. Like, I wasn't sure how this was going to unfold exactly, but like, it's already presenting with options to like go back where we came from and stuff, so. It's fine. I made my own disk drive sounds at home. Great. Glad you were able to do so. Okay, so we started at Edge of Desert, 110. And we went south. Yeah. Oops. To 120. Western Wasteland. Culinary says, this is cool. Is this an adaptation of a Choose Your Own Adventure book? No. This is an original game by Aaron A. Reed. It's called You Are Standing. But within the game You Are Standing, we are playing a choose your own adventure book, which we weren't told otherwise. So I'm confident saying that the choose your own adventure book in the game was also written by Aaron A. Reed. Let's continue south, 130. Also, I'm going to go ahead and add a square for east 210. And this is interesting to me because it seems pretty clear already that we could jump around and not necessarily have to follow linearly. But I don't want to do that until I understand the consequences of doing that. Abandoned hermitage. A stone hut guards the southwest corner of the desert, but sand drifts against it, and it looks long abandoned. If you want to search the hut, turn to 135. If you want to journey north, turn to 120. If you prefer to venture east, turn to 230. What the game said. I know it did, but it's just tempting me. I think we should search the hut. 135. Empty. There are no signs of the former occupant, and anything they left behind has been scoured clean by the sands. So we can go back north, or we can go east to 230. East it is. Furkong said, interesting way of handling the parser. And now I'm wondering, what happens if I type something else? I'm curious how it'll respond. Okay, so we can do look. Can we do inventory? Oh, page 9, inventory. Okay, got it. You have bravely set out to explore the endless desert. Not bad for a kid who's only 12. You try your best to convince yourself you can be a real explorer. You are empty-handed. Okay. What else could we try to type? No Zizzy. You can only turn to a page. Okay. 230. Southern borders, page 230. Here the desert flattens to an immense white plain, reflecting the brilliant sunlight like an oven. If you'd like to venture east, turn to 330. To journey west, 130. Yes. In fact, Hinton said, oh, cool, that Frost is in Homebrew. Yeah, that is how I installed it, which is a very easy process. I like that the grid we're getting here, like 110, 120, 130, 210, 220, 230. So like the page numbers are laid out logically, which is interesting. So we have 330 here, and this is southern borders. So it's interesting that, you know, there's clearly a 220 here, but we can't go there from where we are. And again, I'm not going to cheat until I feel like I understand the consequences of that. So let's go to 330. Rocky desert, craggy, shattered boulders jut from the sand. Under one, you see a dark hollow. If you want to investigate the hollow, turn to 335. To see what lies to the north, turn to 320. If you prefer to head west, 230. Okay. So we can go north to 320. We definitely want to investigate this hollow. Rocky desert. Something glints inside the hollow. But as you peer closer, you leap back in terror. A huge trapdoor spider waves its mandibles inside. You cannot bring yourself to get closer. Ooh. What is a trapdoor spider? I assume we need some way to fend off this spider. Can't be anything good, IMO. So let's go north, 320. East reaches. The trackless desert stretches west to the horizon, shimmering with the heat. If you want to travel north, turn to 310. To journey south, 330. Oops, I drew a line there, but we don't necessarily know that those connect. 310. Literally, they make a little hole with a trap door to jump on prey. Okay, thank you for the information, Maple Mystery. 310 it is. Between the dunes. I figured trapdoor was either like a based on their behavior or somehow on their appearance. It's kind of cute, interesting. Culinary says, we have them in California. They're fascinating. They will bore a webbed tunnel into some dirt, then camouflage the entrance. When prey approaches, they surprise their foe. I've seen them hunt many times. Neat. Between the dunes, you pause amidst two immense dunes, your footprints the only mark upon the solemn face of the desert. A shovel lies abandoned here. Our first item. It might be useful. You pick it up. Oh, we just got it automatically. To use the shovel in a location, turn to the page of your location +1. Oh, this is cool. Okay. Shovel. Location +1. For example, to dig here, turn to 311. Remember, you can turn to 9 to review your discoveries. Okay, so that'll tell us we have the shovel and probably remind us of its usage. If you'd like to venture south, turn to 320. To explore west, go to 210. Okay, let's go ahead and try digging here. 311. You dig, but discover nothing here. Okay, let's go to 210. Northern Desert. The weathered slab of an ancient stone tomb rises from the dunes here. If you want to try opening the tomb, turn to 215. To see what lies to the east, turn to 310. If you'd prefer to go west, turn to 110. So try opening the tomb, 215. Interesting. And then we can go east or west, which we've already been to. Let's try opening the tomb, 215. Locked. The slab won't budge. Brushing the sand away, you see an ancient locking mechanism, but you simply have no way to unlock it. Locked tomb. I just want to see what page 9 looks like now. Okay. So yeah, pretty straightforward. Now it says we're carrying an old shovel and it reminds us how to use it. So let's go ahead and do 211. So we'll dig in the northern desert. You dig near the tomb, but the stone structure is immense. You would need 1,000 shovels and 1,000 diggers to even make a dent. Let's go to 110. I think we'll just kind of do another circle around and dig everywhere. I can't help but wonder if we want to dig back by the trapdoor spider, but we might as well check out each area. So this will be 111. You dig but discover nothing here. South, 120. 121. You found something, but it's just an old femur. Animal or human, you wouldn't care to guess. Best leave it buried. 130. Hinton suggests the command, get 1,000 shovels and diggers. You can only turn to a page. Sorry, Hinton. Puzzle says, Wasteland 1, while a graphic RPG, delighted me because it included a little book of numbered passages that the game would tell you to read at certain times for more world building. Loved it. Neat. Okay, so do we dig at 131? No. You dig near the hut, but any treasures the hermit left have long since been claimed by scavengers. 230. 231. You found something. Digging in the sand, you find a curious metal key. Brushing the sand away, you pick it up. To try using the key somewhere, turn to the page of your location +4. To use it here, for example, try 234. Key location +4. Okay, so just since they gave it as an example, we'll try here. There's nothing to unlock here, just endless sand. I'm assuming that that'll get us into the tomb. But we'll keep doing our circle and trying things here. 330. So this is back where the trapdoor spider was. 331. Something glints inside the hollow, but the terrain is too rocky for shovels. Okay, interesting. Let's go. I keep wanting to type like north. You can only turn to a page. 320. I guess I'll continue digging everywhere. Oops. 321. You found something, but on closer inspection, it's only a sand-filled old Coke bottle. You discard it in disappointment. Hinton says, I want to see 220 so bad. I know, right? Okay. So 310. 311. You dig, but discover nothing here. Okay, so we've dug in all the places we currently have access to without cheating. Okay, so let's try the key here. +4, so 214. The tomb slides open. Within lies a terrifying darkness. You tremble at the threshold, afraid to disturb the cursed dust. There, a few paces in, something glitters. You snatch it and stagger back from the dark entrance, falling onto sand. When at last your heart slows, you see you are holding an ancient silver mirror. To look into the mirror, turn to 399. I'm going to do it, but I'm a little nervous for some reason. In the mirror, the face that stares back is no longer just a scared youngster. You've survived an adventure in the desert. You're no longer playing at being a brave explorer. You have become one. You need follow no one's rules but your own now. You can forge your own path and chart your own destiny. To act bravely and forcefully somewhere, turn to location +9. Return to 210. I am increasingly curious what the other offsets. Like, we have +1, +4, and now it's telling us to kind of cheat a little bit. But there's lots of other numbers in between here. You're welcome, Furkung. Hinton says, wow, I don't even need graphics to enjoy this. Okay, so let's go back to 210. And then try 219. The dark depths of the tomb no longer hold any terror for you. You step into the inky depths boldly and search carefully, but find no further treasures. So is bravery what we need to get past the trapdoor spider? I'm a little tempted to warp over there. Should I do it? I mean, it's just taking a shortcut, right? It says yes, warp. Okay, I was curious if our mirror +9 action would be listed here, and it is. Pull. We'll do a pull, even though we'll do a short pull. Probably in the time it will take to do this pull, I could have just gone there manually. But I like being democratic about it. Manage pull. New pull. Should I warp to 330? Uh, 1 minute poll. Get your votes in. I will wait. We should follow rules about breaking the rules. Yeah, it's interesting because we've kind of been told now that we should forge our own path, but we've also been given a specific way in which to do that. So it's like, should we be more experimental or stick with what we've been presented for now? I feel like simply going to a room that we've been to without, taking the individual steps along the way, that's like baby steps cheating. Cheating. I would straight up just type 319 right now. Do you mean 339? Or 319 would be up here in this square. The trapdoor spider is in 330. You mean 339? Yeah. Okay. The winner is yes. 330 is. Whoops. I'm typing in the wrong thing. Okay. So it didn't say anything. It has not acknowledged our late cheating. Let's try 339 here. You are no longer afraid. You reach swiftly past the spider and retrieve a precious ruby. Okay, but that's just an item. That's interesting. I'm just going to go ahead and write it down. Don't ask me to correctly type what I mean. Sure, I understand. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it for the next room. I'm just gonna do 329 without going there first. There's nothing especially brave you can do from here. However, there might be somewhere you've previously been unable to go. So I did bravery here, which is right next to. I mean, I guess all these rooms are more or less adjacent to this empty square. Like, I feel like this is encouraging me to cheat more. I think that's less helpful than the game thinks it is. I'm gonna continue doing the bravery command in different areas. Okay, so I got it again. I'm curious if this is any different if I go there first. No. So yeah, I feel like it's telling me to be more experimental is how I'm interpreting this. So we're going to do it. We're going to 220. The path has been there all along, of course. You just haven't been brave enough to take it. To take the path, remember what the mirror taught you. The path strikes into the wildest heart of the desert. The road is dangerous and long, but you are no longer afraid to walk it. The Oasis, page 229. You are standing on the crest of a dune, looking down at a staggeringly beautiful oasis. Palm trees sway in a cool breeze that blows over pools of clear blue water. Bird calls and the sound of tranquil waterfalls washes over your ears as you survey this new land waiting to be explored. It looks like your adventure is only Error. Bad sector on disk media. Ignore, fail, retry. I typed retry a couple times. The game seems broken beyond this point, but before you can troubleshoot, the disk spins up and a different game loads. Press any key to continue. Desert Adventure, a microventure TM by Jeff Creston. Copyright Creston Software Enterprises. You are standing at edge of desert. Sign says, approaching Oasis City where dreams come true. Visible exits southeast. Also nearby, shovel. Take shovel. Okay. New action added. Dig. You dig but find nothing. I think I'm out of paper. I could squeeze this into the page I have, but... Oh, good news. Found another one. Smash mirror. Game layer 4 or maybe 5. Yeah. Okay. Edge of desert. Okay. Yeah, that's where we started out last time. The shovel was not here, though. Where did... I guess I didn't write down where we got the shovel. I don't want to assume that this is going to be an identical map. Okay, south and east. So same directions. Let's go south. You're at endless wastes. Visible exits north, south, east. Oh, we can go east from here. That's interesting. So we can go into the center where the oasis was, which I never really added that. I'm curious enough. Let's go east. You're at edge of beautiful city on desert oasis. Visible exits north, south, east, west, in. You can hear lovers, laughter, song, chatter, music, merchants. Also nearby, gate. Open gate? Locked. Okay. West. South. You're in empty desert. Visible exits northeast. Also nearby, wandering hermit. New action added. Show. Dig, show. I haven't been trying to dig. I kind of forgot about it until just now. I've been too busy exploring. Empty desert. It's interesting that... So we've kind of gone back in time, right? Like this is like an older... Well, the previous one was like a choose your own adventure book. But like those came after this type of like simple text adventure game, right? So we've gone back in time in like style of game, and also like it seems like this world is at an earlier time because before the hermit was no longer here. Show. Try show object. Show shovel. Hermit says, you'll never dig up something that will make them let you in. Dig. You dig but find nothing. Hermit looks annoyed. Okay, northeast. Sorry for digging up your area, Hermit. Let's go east. You're on baking hot plain. Visible exits northwest. Oh, no east. That's interesting. Happens if I try to go east? No exit that way. We can't cheat so much in this one, huh? At least not yet. So we can go east from here. City gate is locked. Oh, okay. So east is into the city. Let's go north. An ancient tomb lies here. Visible exits north, south, west, in. The previous screen said we could go in, and I assume that was how we went into the city through the gate. Which maybe it is. Maybe we can do either in or east to go to the same place. Ancient tomb. I keep forgetting to dig. You dig but find nothing. Far off from the city, you can hear merchants. You are hot, thirsty. Do we need to find water? Let's try going in. Locked. Okay. Inventory. You've got shovel. Can dig. West. You're standing at edge of desert. Sign says approaching oasis city where dreams come true. Visible exits southeast. Let's dig here. You dig but find nothing. Far off from the city, you can hear merchants. You are hot, thirsty. South. Dig. Nothing. East. Dig. You dig but find nothing. Beyond Gate City, people talk and laugh. You are lonely. City gate is locked. Ah, okay. I thought I had already dug everywhere, but I missed this room. You found a key. New action added. Unlock. Not hot and thirsty. That's what we call progress. Is that better though? So I'm guessing this key won't get us into the city, but I guess we'll try unlock. Unlock gate. There are 2 keyholes. Sign reads, only 2 together may enter the city. Hinton says, I don't know if I'm okay with you typing commands in lowercase. I can put caps lock on if that makes you feel better. Unlock tomb. Inside is a mirror. New action added. Reflect. Oh. Does that count as 2 of us? You're welcome, Hinton. Reflect. Do that to what? Reflect me. Don't understand. Type help for a list of actions this micro venture knows. We'll try that. I can understand the following basic commands. Look, go, get, drop, climb, drink, open, help. I've learned these special actions. Dig, show, unlock, reflect. Oh, we should show the mirror to the hermit. Oh, I typoed reflect. Relfect. Okay, thank you. Your face is the hermit's. Where am I? Ancient tomb. Okay. South, southwest. Show mirror. Hermit in the mirror looks just like you. When you look up, the hermit has vanished. East, north. Reflect me. Your face is the hermit's. Reflect key. What can be unlocked can also be locked. New action added. Lock. What does that get me? Reflect shovel. What digs down may also build up. New action added. Build. Holy shit, is this Frog Fractions 3? It's really interesting. What would I build? Nothing to build here. Interesting. Where am I? Okay, I'm at the city, edge of the city. I can't think of where I would want to try either build or lock. I feel like lock is probably something I don't need yet. Nothing to build here. I do wonder if, okay, yeah, empty desert, but in the other game there was like some kind of hut here or something, right? Abandoned hermitage. So maybe we need to build that because we are the hermit. Nothing to build here. Okay. North. Build. Nothing to build here. North. Build. Nothing to build here. You build a new home from the stones of the tomb. Your outside cozy desert home. Visible exits southwest in. Can we just Minecraft our way over the gate? I tried build there and that did not work. But now we have a cozy home, so let's go inside. I'll take my map here. Build, then in. Cozy home. You're standing in a cozy desert home. Bed, chair, desk, tools. Sign says, in here, you can build anything you want. Visible exits out. Also nearby, door. Build key. You don't want to be disturbed while you build. Okay, I was wondering if we needed to close the door. They just open it again. Lock door. Locked. Now no one can bother you while you build. Build key. You build. You build and build. Soon you have built a whole new world. Better than theirs. Better than they could have imagined. The people of the city knock and knock, but you never let them in. Error. Bad sector on disk media. Ignore, fail, retry. This game too seems damaged, incomplete. The disk drive is already humming as it loads another. Press any key to continue. You have drawn towering mountains and terrible beasts. You've traveled to the ends of the earth and captured in your sketchbook distant shores, crumbling ruins, temples to vanished gods. But one place has always been closed to you, though you've dreamed of sketching it. Now, at long last, you stand before its gates. You've reached the City of Whispering Sands. Interactive fiction by Jeffrey Creston. Copyright Creston Software Entertainment. 24-hour hint line, 800-555-6938. New players, try look, examine, inventory open, or draw. Outside the gates. You are standing before the great gates of the desert city you've traveled far to reach. They tower above, the same burnt honey shade as the sand stretching to every horizon, endlessly filigreed with complex designs and beguiling patterns. They are closed. Now I'm out of paper. Let me go grab some real quick. I'll be back in just a second. Okay. Fresh from the printer, where all good mapping paper comes from. Outside the gates. I should number these. 2, 1, 3. Whoops. Goof that up, but that's okay. Okay. It's interesting that they don't give us any directions to go. Let's... Oh. I accidentally scrolled up. Examine gates. The etched patterns speak of an ancient art perfected by generations and foreign to your own. Nothing in your sketchbook is like them. Draw gates. You study the gates carefully, quickly sketching their lines and curves, and as always, begin to see a deeper truth. The swirling designs are meant to trick the eye, to conceal. Far up the edge of the gate, your lines break on a tiny flaw, a narrow open window, and behind, a guard's sullen face. Examine guard. He watches your movements without interest or apparent plans to speak. Speak to guard. Guardian of the gate, you cry, I have traveled far to reach your city. Will you let me pass, so I may see the famed splendor of your oasis? The guard sniffs down at you dismissively. It is not so simple as that, he calls down in a rusty voice. The city has many regulations and rules, and we have grown weary of explaining them to wanderers. Best you remain outside and not run afoul of our laws within. Draw guard. You study the guard carefully, quickly sketching his lines and curves, and, as always, begin to see a deeper truth. This gatekeep seems a pedantic and miserly man. The lines around his face are set and grim. The promise of profit is all that might bring a spark of life to those jaded eyes. Draw money? Draw ruby. Wait, what? I was just thinking of the ruby we found in the previous game, but now it's referring to something I haven't seen in this game. You study the ruby key carefully, quickly sketching its lines and curves, and as always begin to see a deeper truth. Each thing you see in your drawing might have many uses. A key might unlock a door, but a ruby the heart of a jeweler or the greed of a miser. It might serve as paperweight for one with surplus both of beauty and coin. No thing is ever one thing. Each holder remakes it for the needs of their tale. I have a ruby key now. Salmon key. You found this exquisite gem in a faraway country, carved with rough but careful strokes in the shape of an ornate key. If there's a door it unlocks, you do not know it. I'm really curious if me suddenly having this key is a bug or not. Unlock gate. You see no keyhole. Open gate. The gates are far taller than you and shut tight, with no visible means of opening nor even of summoning someone who might. Let's talk to the guard again. The guard stubbornly repeats he has no desire to explain the city's rules to one such as you. Give key to guard. The guard catches your deft toss and holds the ruby key up to the brilliant sunlight covetously. Your riches will not help you here, traveler, he says at length, though perhaps I might find use for this. Very well. I will open the gates for you, but enter at your own risk. There are many rules in the city, but first and utmost, we do not hold with idlers who speak, draw, or sing the day away. Instead, you must find useful work and do it. He pushes a battered shovel through his tiny window, and you catch it as it falls. Other guards will point toward the most pressing work within, he continues. Stay silent, work well, and you may avoid punishment. The gates of the city creak slowly, grindingly open. Okay. In the city. Do not speak, draw, sing. I kind of want to sing now that they told me I can't. I never had a chance to do that before. Point. Guards will point toward work. Point work. Enter. Excitement and dread mingling through you, you stop at last through the gates and into the city. You step at last through the gates and into the city. Square of obelisks. An overwhelming chaos of lines, shapes, and movement. Stone spires by the dozen interrupt the cobblestones with no discernible pattern. Hundreds of gray-cloaked city folk bustle through, following avenues leading northeast, east, and southeast. We're getting diagonals now. This is complicated. Northeast, east, and southeast. Okay. A dizzying network of aqueducts, trenches, water wheels, and channels runs in all directions and at all heights throughout the city. You can also see an officious guard here. Salmon guard. She wears the same severe uniform and unfriendly expression as the gate guard. The officious guard seems to notice you aren't working, A dangerous frown crosses her face. I examined the guard because I thought she would point me in the direction of work that needs to be done. Should I simply work? You work, widening a trench until your back aches. The officious guard, placated, watches your progress with bland disinterest. Should I continue to work? You work, widening a trench, and at last the job is finished. The officious guard, seeing that you have no work to do, consults a sheaf of papers, then points southeast imperiously. Okay. Southeast it is. Rule of law. It says, I would have pretend to work. That was an interesting idea. The street or rule is dominated by an obsidian wall into which are inscribed the city's laws and customs. There seems little difference between the two. A handful of city folk peer at tiny lines of chiseled text grimly, perhaps hoping to find in them some explanation, loophole, or solace. A maze of pipes follow narrow streets northwest, north, and northeast. So northwest is back where we came, north is there, and then northeast. Okay. Oops. You can see a scowling citizen here. A pompous guard arrives looking for citizens to supervise. The scowling citizen works, mucking out a clogged aqueduct. Let's work also. You work mucking out a clogged aqueduct until your back aches. The scowling citizen works mucking out a clogged aqueduct. Let's keep on working. Can we pretend to work? It's not a verb I recognize. Bummer. You work mucking out a clogged aqueduct until your back aches. The scowling citizen finishes mucking out a clogged aqueduct here, resting for a tired moment on her shovel. Should we keep working? I'm not. It's unclear to me if we're working on the same aqueduct. There's no work to be done here now. An officious guard arrives, looking for citizens to supervise. The pompous guard, seeing that you have no work to do, consults a sheaf of papers, then points northwest imperiously. The scowling citizen takes up her shovel and departs northwest. It's back where we came. Square of obelisks. An overwhelming chaos of lines, shapes, and movement. You can see a scowling citizen here. Pompous guard arrives looking for citizens to supervise. The scowling citizen works, breaking old cobblestones into rubble. I guess we'll work here as well. You work breaking old cobblestones into rubble for what seems like a very long time. The pompous guard wanders off to the northeast. The scowling citizen works, breaking old cobblestones into rubble. I'm gonna just leave. I mean, there's someone here working on this project, so, I mean, I can go find other work somewhere else, right? That's probably okay. Let's go east. Court of the Ibis. Many streets and pipeworks meet at this crowded nexus filled with sweaty, irritable city folk. Whatever respite the oasis once provided has been imprisoned within wood and metal pipes, and the sun beats down relentlessly. Streets snake away crookedly in all directions. You can see an officious guard and a dour citizen here. The dour citizen finishes widening a trench here, resting for a tired moment on his shovel. Okay, so there was work here, but it has just been completed. I wonder if they literally mean all directions. I think most likely like north, south, east, west, northwest, southeast, southwest, southeast. Makes sense to me. Although, maybe they just mean north, south, east, west. Looking at my map, because, like, I don't know, maybe this goes somewhere, but it seems a little odd. Let's try southwest, though. Oh, that took me to rule of law. Okay, interesting. Northwest, north, and northeast. Let's go northeast. We haven't been there yet. annular. The citizens gathered in this circular open-air rotunda are engaged in silent discourse. Gestures, secret glances, and ritual motions must surely have meaning, but you despair that you could ever learn such a subtle language yourself. Crowded boulevards depart beneath leaking aqueducts northwest, west, and southwest. You can see a pompous guard, a winsome citizen, and a graying citizen here. A dour citizen arrives, shovel in hand, scanning the lines of pipes and aqueducts for an open job. Finding one, he joins in and gets to work. The graying citizen leaves southwest to find a less crowded work site. In the sea of undistinguished city folk, something about the winsome citizen catches your eye. He tries to blend in, but like you, something about him does not fit here. Examine winsome citizen. You can't quite say what about him stands out. Behind the carefully neutral expression, perhaps a hint of defiance or despair, the green of his eyes is too vivid for such a lusterless place. You wish you could sketch him. The pompous guard seems to notice you aren't working. A dangerous frown crosses his face. The dour citizen works, widening a trench. The graying citizen leaves southwest to find a less crowded work site. The winsome citizen leaves southwest to find a less crowded work site. Let's follow the winsome citizen and hope we don't get in trouble. Okay, so we're back at rule of law. A pompous guard arrives looking for citizens to supervise. So the winsome citizen is not here, though. Let's go north. Court of the Ibis. Let's go north again. Shapeful Market. Tents line this hot and stuffy street, crammed with stone-faced merchants selling small gray shapes to listless city folk. Cubes, spheres, pyramids. Wading past trenches of murky water, you could depart southwest, south, or southeast. Shapeful is a good word. It is. Let's try southwest. Let's do a little work here. You work breaking old cobblestones into rubble. The pompous guard wanders off to the northeast. The scowling citizen works breaking old cobblestones into rubble. West. To the east, the gates of the city stand open. Wait, how do we get... Where was I previously? I thought I was over here, but I went west once and ended up here. So I must have been mistaken about where I was. Yeah. Okay, let's go back east. Southeast. North. Okay, this guard is directing me south. I'll do that, and I'll do a little work here. You work digging a length of new channel, the shovel callousing your hands. Same. You work digging a length of a new channel. A pompous guard arrives looking for citizens to supervise. You work digging a length of new channel, the shovel callousing your hands. And the officious guard wanders off to the northeast. I'm going to go that way as well. Now we're back in annular. There's an officious guard, a dour citizen, a winsome citizen, and a graying citizen here. Okay, so we found the winsome citizen again. The winsome citizen's eyes catch yours. Something passes between you, electric and alluring. He blushes and looks away. Can we speak and draw when there is no guard? It's a very good question. I wanted to find the winsome citizen again because the game suggested we were compelled to draw him. And I was thinking maybe I would just try it and see what happens. But it does make sense to do that at a time when there's no guard currently present. Let's see. We were told not to speak, draw, or sing. So we shouldn't try to talk to the winsome citizen while there's a guard present either. Let's try working. Maybe the guard here will eventually leave. You work widening a trench for what seems like a very long time. The dour citizen works widening a trench. The graying citizen leaves southwest to find a less crowded work site. The winsome citizen's eyes catch yours. Something passes between you, electric and alluring. He blushes and looks away. The dour citizen finishes widening a trench here, resting for a tired moment on his shovel. The winsome citizen takes up his shovel and departs southwest, along with the graying citizen. I'm going to try following, but I worry this isn't going to work. It didn't work last time I tried to follow him. Ah, okay. So we're back at rule of law. You can see a winsome citizen, a graying citizen, and a pompous guard here. Get out of here, guard. Oh, the pompous guard wanders off to the northwest. The graying citizen finishes digging up a leaky pipe here, resting for a tired moment on her shovel. The winsome citizen lingers, watching you curiously. Should I speak or draw or sing? Like, I'm worried if I try one of these, like a guard will come in and then I won't have an opportunity to try another one. It makes sense to speak, but the game also suggested we really wanted to draw him, so maybe this is a good opportunity to do that. And then also, I haven't tried singing yet. Better pick the right one. Whistle while you work. I'm going to speak first, just because, I don't know. It feels like we should say hello first. I mean, even if a guard comes, we can repeat this process and eventually find another opportunity to try something else. Speak to winsome citizen. He flushes, but shakes his head fearfully, averting his eyes. The graying citizen notices you aren't working and looks around nervously. Isn't the whole point of us being in the city to draw? I mean, that seems to be what we wanted to do here. Draw winsome citizen. You study the winsome citizen carefully, quickly sketching his lines and curves, and, as always, begin to see a deeper truth. He does not flinch from your scrutiny, only watches with curiosity as you draw. From the roughest outlines, it is clear he does not fit in this place. As you fill in more detail, his pain takes shape and becomes familiar. He has lost some part of himself, as integral as your sketchbook is to you. Not in his hands, but the shading on his lips and throat tell true. His power is his voice. He is a singer, you are sure, a singer in a place without song. You're filled with a sudden longing to hear him, even, especially, in this place of still silence. The graying citizen takes up her shovel and departs north. Sing. He flushes, but shakes his head fearfully, averting his eyes. Not here, his gaze seems to say. A dour citizen arrives, shovel in hand, scanning the lines of pipes and aqueducts for an open job. If not here, then where? We can leave. We can go outside the gates at least, but I guess I would be surprised if he followed us. I'm at rule of law, right? You see a dour citizen and a winsome singer here. It's interesting that the description has changed. The winsome singer, seeing you are alone, eagerly gestures for you to pull out your sketchbook again, waving his hands at the city around you. Draw city. You study the city carefully and, as always, begin to see a deeper truth. The lines of this place obey their own contorted logic, never straying from prescribed patterns. But one set of angles stands out to your trained eye, a flaw in the design, a crumbling, half-forgotten stair leading down to an unassuming cellar. The winsome singer lingers, watching you curiously. Down. You slip into the stairwell cautiously, but none seem to notice. You descend the sun-baked stairs and find the door at their base is open. Forgotten cellar. Mossy greenery fills this large open space, fed by drips from leaky pipes above. Slanted beams of brilliant sunlight shine in through rounded panes near the ceiling, turning the empty room into a study in contrasts. So the winsome singer didn't follow me. Draw cellar. You study the cellar carefully, quickly sketching its lines and curves, and, as always, begin to see a deeper truth. This is a place of safety, of solace, but one that rejects solitude. It yearns to be shared. Up. Oh no, winsome singer, come back. An officious guard arrives looking for citizens to supervise. A pompous guard arrives looking for citizens to supervise. The winsome singer takes up his shovel and departs northwest. How do we get the singer to follow us down into the cellar? Northeast. So now we're in Shapeful Market up here. Winsome singer and scowling citizen are here. Dour citizen arrives, shovel in hand, scanning the lines of pipes and aqueducts for an open job. Finding one, he joins in and gets to work. Scowling citizen leaves southeast to find a less crowded work site. The winsome singer lingers, watching you curiously. Okay, so there's no guard here. Let's try talking to the singer again. Speak to winsome singer. He flushes but shakes his head fearfully, averting his eyes. The dour citizen works, mucking out a clogged aqueduct. Scowling citizen leaves southwest to find a less crowded work site. Any ideas? It seems like trying to talk to him isn't effective. We could follow him around and try drawing different areas to see if that eventually gets us somewhere. I guess I'll try that. Draw market. You sketch other details and vignettes of the city, but your mind and hand keep returning to that secret forgotten stair and the rule of law. A couple of guards have arrived. Winsome Singer leaves southeast to find a less crowded worksite. Okay. So we're an annular now. Oh, the Winsome Singer is not here. Shoot. Still here. It's almost like it takes them a couple moves, a couple turns to actually move somewhere. Huh. Can we wait? Yes. Nothing happens. Does this one understand Zizzy? It's not a verb I recognize. Had to try. Why is he not coming here? What'd I do? Oh, I went the wrong way. Square of obelisks. Northeast. It still says he's here and departing southeast. Okay, now he's actually gone. Departing southeast. Okay. So now we're both here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Winsome Singer lingers, watching you curiously. So there's a dour citizen here and a scowling citizen. No guards. I wish I could think of a way to gesture southwest to Winsome Citizen. It's not a verb I recognize. Did not expect that to work. I wish I could think of a way to do that seemed like something the game might understand. Speaking doesn't seem to be getting us anywhere. Drawing no longer seems effective. Can you show... Oh, that's a good idea. Show sketchbook to Winsome Citizen. He looks at it with undisguised curiosity. An officious guard arrives. A pompous guard arrives. Dour citizen takes up his shovel. Scowling citizen takes up her shovel. Winsome Singer takes up his shovel and departs west. Okay. Now we're in the court of Ibis. So that got us a new response, but didn't seem like it was accomplishing anything. Winsome Citizen and Graying Citizen here. What else do I have? Oh. My ruby key is gone. Oh, wait, I gave that to the guard. That's right. I forgot about that. That's how we got in here. Tell Winsome Citizen about Forgotten Cellar. He flushes, but shakes his head fearfully, averting his eyes. That seems like the same kind of response we got when just speaking to him. So I feel like it's just kind of ignoring the about Forgotten Cellar, maybe. If he's watching me, what happens if I go south? Nothing. Let's work here for a little bit, and maybe he'll... Okay, yes. Okay, he did. So maybe I actually just need to go down into the cellar and wait for him to arrive. But I think first we need to finish any work here because he's not watching me if he has work to do. Just break the pipes in the cellar so there's a job. Let's work here. Oh, there's no work to be done here. Oh no, he left. No. Northeast. I can see a winsome singer here. Winsome singer lingers, watching you curiously. Okay, so let's go southwest. Right? No, southeast. No, southwest. It was correct. Okay. This guard wants me to go northwest. Dang it. I'm going to go northeast. Let's draw the winsome singer again. Yeah, same response. Oh, Hinton, I also missed your comment. I'm sorry about your brain. I hope you recover. This is tricky. Maybe I'll just go down in weight. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. I tried drawing the cellar, right? Oh, interesting. You flip back through your sketchbook and view your drawing again. Maybe I should have specifically shown the drawing of the cellar to the singer. Northeast. He's working. Okay, let's work. Departs west. Dang it. Okay. Show cellar to winsome singer. Show sketchbook to winsome singer. He looks at it with undisguised curiosity. Show drawing of cellar to winsome singer. Sorry, I don't understand drawing. We're in the Court of the Ibis. Let's try getting him to follow us again. Wait here. Nothing. No, he's working here again. Now he's resting. Depart south. Okay, good. So we're in the right we're in the place that's above the cellar now. So now he's resting. Should I just go down or should I wait for it to say that nothing happens? Dang. Okay, now he's watching me. I'm trying to decide if I should show him the sketchbook again here. I can't remember if I ever did that in this location. Speak to winsome singer. Okay. Same response. Let's go down and wait. Heck. Northeast. So a thing I hadn't considered with this game is what if I get stumped and can't figure out what to do? Um, it might be tricky to find information about how to get past any puzzles in this game. Can you look at the source code? This is a good question. I don't actually know. I don't know if this is like compiled code. It's a .z5 file. Let's open it in BBEdit and see what it looks like. Okay, yeah, this is compiled. It's possible there's some way to decompile it. I don't know, but that's certainly not anything I'm prepared to dig into right now. You might be the first person to stream this. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. I'm sure other people have played it and maybe they have talked about it online, but I don't know. Let's see. You are standing game. Aaron A. Reed. Like, that's such a common phrase in a text game. Like, oh. Shoot. I thought I found a hint file, but it's a file on his website with hints for adventure, Colossal Cave. Let's check out his website though. Maybe he does have hints for this somewhere. Oh. The Colossal Cave file was in a directory IF, and I thought I'd see if we can get a directory listing of that, but that is not the case. Told me it's forbidden. I'm not seeing a search on his website. Site aaronareed.net. Yeah, nothing. Oh no. My feelies fell on the ground. One moment. Interesting. So I went to the page that is mentioned on that sheet of paper. I accidentally flashed a username and password, but actually it tells you to go to BackerKit and log in to get the files. So I guess it's okay that I flashed the password because it's not actually the password. I was hoping this, might mention a hints file or something, but it doesn't seem like it. Does the hint book have hints for this? I think it's just for the the game's in the book. Bummer. Okay. We'll just have to keep trying. I mean, if if I can't make any progress, I'll give up at some point, but I'm not quite there yet. Okay. I was trying to remember this list of verbs it gave us initially. Look, examine, inventory, open, draw. Okay. I haven't really done open, but I can't think of anything to open. I don't know if it might be worth examining things more. Oh, the pompous gourd or guard is mad and pointing. I'm just going to go down because I don't know where he was pointing. Let's examine seller. I feel safe here, able to focus at last on small details, simple things. What happens if I sing? Did I try that? You're not the best at it. Yeah, that's fair. There's no one here now. Oh, can't go north there. Oops. Oh, I ended up outside the gates. I keep doing that accidentally. Okay, so we can't go anywhere else outside of the gates. Can I sing out here? You're not the best at it. Here's the winsome singer again. Okay. Finished working. Can I point? You point southwest. Raising an intrigued eyebrow, the winsome singer obediently heads southwest. Okay, there's some work to do here. I think we finally figured this out, though. Work. Work. You work digging up a leaky pipe, the shovel callousing your hands. The winsome singer works digging up a leaky pipe. You work digging up a leaky pipe. The winsome singer works as well. You work digging up a leaky pipe for what seems like a very long time. The winsome singer works digging up a leaky pipe. It's taken a long time to dig up this pipe. You work digging up a leaky pipe without complaint. The winsome singer works digging up a leaky pipe. You work digging up a leaky pipe until your back aches. The winsome singer works digging up a leaky pipe. No, gosh darn it. The singer went northwest. Departs northeast. Leaves southeast to find a less crowded work site. Dang it. Okay. Point south. Raising an intrigued eyebrow, the winsome singer obediently heads south. Okay, point south. Raising an intrigued eyebrow, the winsome singer obediently heads south. He left again. Dang it. Leaves northwest. I'm going to do point down. Okay, that worked. I was hoping that would work even though the game suggested he was starting to leave. The winsome singer sees the stair and the thrill of a shared secret lights up his face. Casting a furtive glance up and down the street, he slips down the stairs and through the door. You slip into the stairwell cautiously, but none seem to notice. You descend the sun-baked stairs and find the door at their base is open. Forgotten cellar. Mossy greenery fills this large open space, fed by drips from leaky pipes above. Slanted beams of brilliant sunlight shine in through rounded panes near the ceiling, turning the empty room into a study in contrasts. You can see a winsome singer here. The winsome singer waits, nervous, as if for a permission he can't quite believe will ever be granted. Sing. Nervously, you sing a few awkward notes trailing off, an invitation. The sound resonates in the empty space, and the winsome singer at first cringes from the echo, afraid no doubt it might escape and betray you. You catch his darting glance and hold it. He looks nervous, as if stood before an audience of 1,000, not one. Closing his eyes, he gathers something behind them. When they open, they fix on yours. He draws breath, and he sings. His voice is gold as desert air and clear as true oasis waters before any desert city was dreamt of. Beneath the melody are truths like those your sketches reveal. Loneliness, beauty, struggle and survival in an unkind place. He sings to you who he is and who he wishes to become, and who he should always have been. He is an exiled prince, an oracle of the sand, a rare and precious creature of legend, at least to you. But the echoes have betrayed him after all, and outside, guards are shouting. Whirling, you grab his hand and run. Error. Bad sector on disk media. Ignore, fail, retry. Crap. I missed something. Someone go back and pause the stream of that one frame. Took a clip. Okay, thank you. I'm going to wait here. Actually, I could use a break. So if you can whisper me that clip, I will pause it at the right spot, and then I'll read that text when I come back from my break. Or yeah, you can whisper it to Unsecret Crush, and she can post it in chat. But yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. Thank you for that clip. As you said in chat, is not anything interesting. I figured it wasn't anything too important, but I just wanted to make sure. And it's actually even less important than I thought. It just says, this game too seems damaged, incomplete. The disk drive is already humming as it loads another. Dang it. I frequently have these particular granola bars during stream breaks because it's a good snack to have a couple bites of these granola bars, but they frequently end up making me cough a little. I had 2 bites earlier, so I thought, oh, it's fine this time. Nature's Valley gravel dust. Those are the ones. No. It's Nature's Valley trail mix, dark chocolate cherry. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Great to have you here. These ones aren't as crumbly as some Nature Valley. Specifically, it's hard for me to find granola bars because I need ones without dairy or specifically lactose. And a lot of them have some lactose-containing ingredient, even if there's not particularly obvious dairy. But they're good. It's just, I don't know. It seems like this maybe even only happens when I'm streaming, but sometimes there's just kind of like little bits of them kind of linger and make me cough a little. Dark chocolate isn't too much of an issue. Like, a little bit of lactose is fine. But dark chocolate is, it's not a ton of milk compared to, like milk chocolate. Is it because you eat them too fast? Could be. All right. Back to the game. I'm very curious. This game, kind of the only thing I knew about it before tonight was that he described it as short. But, it's hard to say what that means exactly. It could be 10 hours long, and that would be short for a typical interactive fiction game, right? So I'm hoping we can get through it tonight. I thought I might be done by now, honestly, but clearly that's not the case. Oh, I also wanted to do an important poll, prediction rather. One moment. Let's see. How do I do? There's a prediction. Wait, what? Start a prediction. Oh, it's letting me redo previous predictions, which was confusing to me. Okay. We're gonna give this plenty of time. Okay. Get your votes in. Efton says that's for if you're fighting a boss and need to do the prediction over and over again. Yeah, like it makes sense for a lot of typical use cases. It just threw me off at first. Like I was looking for a button to start a new one, but all I had to do was just type it in. I know how I would vote in this poll, but I'm not going to say that until after the time has concluded. Okay, I need a new sheet of paper. So we're up to game 4 now. Oh, there's a tiny little bug. Get out of here. Okay. Curse of the Desert. A hyper story, TM, by Jay Creston. Copyright Creston Signature, a Creston Entertainment studio. In this hyper story, you will explore another world by typing single highlighted words. Procedure Engine TM ensures no two journeys will be quite the same. Press any key to continue. Your city has been swallowed by darkness. The winds from the deep desert come howling like maddened beasts, bringing a sandstorm so thick that it blotted out the sun. No natural storm, it sickened and corrupted all it touched. Some say the winds are a curse, others a punishment. No matter. You must fight with all your magic to turn back this evil and save your oasis city once again. Type begin. A tiny little bug. You're standing on the steps of your palace, once a bright gathering place. Now this marks the edge of your shrunken domain. The stairs descend into the raging maelstrom that has swallowed all your city but these halls. Your court physician and the royal hierophant stand ready to see you off. Your singer, swaddled like you in protective garb, prepares as always to follow you into danger. Maybe it's not useful to draw a map of this. It seems like, if anything, we might want a flow chart, but I don't know that that won't be necessary. I chose singer. You each had your own magic, but together they melted into a wondrous whole. Becoming a great ruler has been a difficult road, but he has been at your side each day, helping you walk it. Without his grace, your strength is nothing, and his spells, he says, work only when sung for you. Your singer is in good health. Back. Hierophant? She clutches your arm, eyes hidden behind her veil. Quote, the corruption grows stronger each day, she rasps. Grip iron strong with desperation. She thrusts a familiar item into your hands. Take your mirror, she says. Only its magic, and that of your singer, can turn back this tide. Mirror. Oops. Mirror. It has always reflected the truth. As your mastery grew, it also showed truths you only wished for, brighter worlds glimpsed through glass, seeing even a sliver of the beautiful city you remember from before the curse might help. Your mirror is undamaged. Physician. His face is grim, but he puts up a hopeful front. You must keep searching the sands, Your Highness, he tells you. Somewhere in the storm must be a key to escaping this curse. Back. Palace Domain. You have ruled the city with a fair and steady hand since you and your singer freed its people long ago. Your combined magics nurtured it into a jewel of the South. Palace. Oh, we also have sand. Let's do palace first. A few survivors huddle behind its sturdy walls. Only those who dare fight the sandstorm, the storm, stand here outside. Survive. Your people are hardy, but they have been through hell. Their numbers dwindle each day. Sand. You set off down the steps boldly, hand in hand with your singer. In moments, the screaming storm swallows you whole. You once knew these streets as well as yourselves, but now they betray you. The darkness turns your home to a foreign land, all chaos, sickness, and despair. You are lost in a raging whirlwind and must fight for each and every step. Unfamiliar shapes resolve at last into the fountain of granite. A dead osprey, the sigil of your house, has fallen in the lee of a doorway. Sand scours the ruined facade of a once proud building, scarred and pitted. A dust-choked avenue leads further into the storm. The road continues through the swirling sandstorm. A broad boulevard arcs away. Your singer stands with you, and you clutch your mirror tight. Let's see what happens if I look in the mirror here. Okay. Same. Let's check out the osprey. Your singer steps forward and begins to sing. It takes your breath away, as it does every time you hear him. Kneeling over the bird and touching its broken wings tenderly, he chants a melody so gentle you strain to hear it over the howling wind. Not a lullaby, a song of waking, of the joy of being awake. Miraculously, the osprey cries out as if in answer, and leaps into the soaring wind. The spell leaves your singer weaker. He tries to hide it, but the fight takes its toll. Your singer looks strained, but still strong. Let's check out the facade. You angle your mirror to see the truth its reflection holds, and you see the scouring sands only seem to have scraped the buildings to ruins, an illusion. Behind their fury, the city's bones are strong. When you look away, the reflection holds true. One small part of your city is safe. But the power of your mirror has limits. It cannot turn back the darkness forever. So now we have Avenue, Road, and Boulevard. I guess I'm going to draw a map after all. I don't remember what the starting location was, but we went to Sand, and I guess I'm not really sure what any of these areas are called. Fountain of Granite, I guess. We have Avenue. Sorry, trying to get this on screen better. Avenue, Road, and Boulevard. Wumpus. Are y'all getting your predictions in? The number hasn't changed in a bit, so I just want to make sure. It's an important prediction. Let's start with Avenue. I guess we'll kind of go in order here. Why not? Before you lies the gate of the sun, a shadow of its former self. The sandstorm howls like a night-born creature. Writhing shadows play across the stones, surely harbingers of evil. Under a crumbled column, a huddled family shelters. A half-familiar street snakes through the gloom. A broad boulevard arcs away. Your singer stands with you, and you clutch your mirror tight. Whew, we got a lot of points on no all of a sudden. Very interesting. Gate of the Sun. So there's mention of a boulevard here. We went down an avenue to get here from our previous location. Does the boulevard, does that connect with this other boulevard we saw, or are they not necessarily the same one? Shadows. You angle your mirror to see the truths its reflection holds. And you see what should have been obvious. There cannot be shadows without light. Angling the mirror, you find a sliver of sunlight above, slicing weak but defiant through a break in the chaos. When you look away, the reflection holds true. One small part of your city is safe, but the power of your mirror has limits. It cannot turn back the darkness forever. Is that the exact same description I got before when looking at something? I don't think it was the same area. Family. As I hit return, I was like, it's gonna involve my singer, isn't it? I don't know if making my singer do these things is wise. Your singer steps forward and begins to sing. It takes your breath away, as it does every time you hear him. His music soothes the frightened folk and inspires fierce, defiant strength. You help them drag stones and debris to form a bulwark against the storm. The spell leaves your singer weaker. He tries to hide it, but the fight takes its toll. What's everyone's favorite type of road? That's a great question. Hinton says, oh no, I just accidentally gambled 10 coins. Forgive me, mother. And for a penny. Oh, okay, so that was all you? Oh, wow, 84,000 coins? I wouldn't have expected y'all had so many combined coins. Brave choice, I guess is what I'll say. Favorite type of road? I don't know. I want to say a boulevard is pretty nice, but I don't really have strong feelings about it. Don't have that many coins anymore. Was that all you? Heck. Let's see how my singer is doing. Your singer is pale and fading. Fighting the maelstrom's evil is taking its toll. That can't be good. So you have a street and a boulevard off from here. Let's take the boulevard. Unfamiliar shapes resolve at last into the plaza of the snake. You must be going in circles. Emerging from the mouth of a defiled tomb, half-glimpsed demons cackle with glee. Something glimmers from the corner of your eye, but when you look directly, nothing is there. Perhaps your mirror will reflect a subtler truth. Barely glimpsed through the sands, a graceful bridge crosses into another district. A broad stair climbs into darkness. Your singer stands with you, and you clutch your mirror tight. One Secret Crush says, I'm partial to Avenue. Culinary says, dirt roads are fun when you have a 4x4. I've never had a 4x4, so I guess I have never been able to fully appreciate a dirt road. Let's see, we went down the boulevard, and we're at Plaza of the Snake. Oh boy. So we have bridge and stair from here. I had to drive on a dirt road the other day, and then I had to find a different dirt road because there was an entire tree in the way. I'm nervous about actions that could harm my singer. Let's try reflect. I'm worried about what choosing demons might do. Angling your mirror carefully, you hunt for the source of the reflection. At last you find it, a scintillating purple key, barely visible to normal eyes. As you touch it, the key shimmers and gains solidity, a possibility becoming more likely. Key. You behold its scintillating purple surface with desperate hope. Perhaps this key will be the one to end this nightmare. The court physician will know if it has any power to end this storm, if you can find your way back to the palace. Secret Crush says he sounds bored reading that because he already knew that story. Yes, sorry. I'm sorry I told it in a bored way. There were lots of downed large chunks of tree yesterday. There were a lot of storms, not yesterday, a couple days ago. There were a lot of storms around here recently. And actually, I just remembered there's supposed to be more tonight. Maybe in a couple more hours. Also, more flood warnings. There's been a lot of people without power in this area of Michigan. So hopefully that doesn't become us. I think, the line of palms that once stood here is broken, leaves scattered, and trunks cracked to splinters. Adrift on a Sea, hello, good to see you. Tree tunnel, although I have only been a passenger and never tried to park in one. Ooh, that sounds very nice. I'm trying to think if I've ever actually, in real life, been through a tree tunnel. I feel like the answer might be no. The demons don't seem that great. I gotta agree. And I'm worried the demons will harm my singer. So I think I'm going to focus on getting back to the physician. I think we want to get back here. But it's not particularly obvious how to accomplish that. Let's try bridge. Unfamiliar shapes resolve at last in the court of the beetle. A dark chasm cuts across the street, too treacherous to approach. A dead osprey, the sigil of your house, has fallen in the lee of a doorway. Barely glimpsed through the sands, a graceful bridge crosses into another district. Through the shifting sands, you catch a glimpse of the palace. That's what we want. Your singer stands with you, and you clutch your mirror and the key that might save your kingdom tight. I'm trying to figure out if this is a place we've been. I don't remember a chasm ever. The osprey is familiar, obviously. Let's see, I took the bridge, right? Court of the beetle. So we have bridge and palace. It's unclear to me if bridge... Most of the time when I've followed a path in this game, there's not an obvious way to get back where I just came from. So I don't know if bridge will take me back to where I just was or if it might go somewhere else. If your car starts to slide on ice, remember to turn into the demons. Thank you for the tip. Was the osprey dead before? It was, but then our singer seemingly brought it back to life. I'm relatively confident this is a different dead osprey. In any case, we're going to follow Palace because that is where we want to go. You're standing on the steps of your palace, once a bright gathering place. Now this marks the edge of your shrunken domain. Your court physician and the royal hierophant are here. Your singer, as always, awaits your command. Steps descend into the raging sand. Okay, so, physician. You thrust the scintillating purple key into the physician's hands. What is its power, you ask, unable to keep the eagerness from your voice? Can it unlock an end to this curse? He peers through his monocle, studying the key carefully, turning it over in his hands as if it were delicate as a caddisfly wing? Not familiar with a caddisfly. Press any key to continue. But shakes his head. Alas, he says, this key has not the power you seek. Its magic cannot save us. I'm sorry. Grimly, you resolve to continue your search. Heck! Okay, so sand again. So now, Rule of the Swan. Oh, no. Okay. Shit. Previously, I took the sand. It ended up at Fountain of Granite, but now we're at Rule of the Swan. So we're in a completely different place with completely different paths off of it. Before we had Avenue, Road, and Boulevard. Now we have Avenue, Road, and Bridge. And there's a mosaic here, shadows. Out of the swirling sands appears the Rule of the Swan. Sand blows so thick you can hardly see. A beautiful mosaic has been shredded by the racing sand, only fragments remaining. Writhing shadows play across the stones, surely harbingers of evil. A dust-choked avenue leads further into the storm. The road continues through the swirling sandstorm. Barely glimpsed through the sands, a graceful bridge crosses into another district. Your singer stands with you and you clutch your mirror tight. And I just realized halfway through reading that it was suggested that this game is like a procedurally generated game. So that's why we're frequently getting like sentences that are familiar but combined in different ways. And so I guess anytime we go to a new area, it's like generating it as we go there, even if we've already gone in that direction before. If Osprey is dead, then who is sing? The singer is singing. Wow, what a turn this bet has become. Yeah, it's interesting. You could win a lot of coins here, Afton. That's all I'm saying. Mosaic. You angle your mirror to see the truths its reflection holds, and you see the colors of the mosaic shining as they do in your memory under the glorious brilliance of the desert sun, breathtaking. When you look away, the reflection holds true. One small part of your city is safe, but the power of your mirror has limits. It cannot turn back the darkness forever. Shadows. You angle your mirror to see the truths its reflection holds, and you see what should have been obvious. There cannot be shadows without light. Angling the mirror, you find a sliver of sunlight above, slicing weak but defiant through a break in the chaos. And then the same ending paragraph there. Oh, Avenue, Road. I'm not going to map this out anymore because I don't think it's useful. Can't decide if I should abdicate my ability to select the correct outcome so I can also gamble. I mean, I can do the outcome. Space is an empathetic guide. Tears are possible. Might also depend on how much longer I can be awake and paying attention. I mean, you can predict now. And then I can, then you don't have to stay awake to do the final confirmation. To be honest, surprised you haven't cried already a little. That's fair, I guess. Road. The annular of dreams, though you scarcely recognize it. In happier years, you plan to build a hospital for the infirm on this corner. Emerging from the mouth of a defiled tomb, half-glimpsed demons cackle with glee. Something glimmers from the corner of your eye, but when you look directly, nothing is there. Perhaps your mirror will reflect a subtler truth. A broad boulevard arcs away. A half-familiar street snakes through the gloom. A dust-choked avenue leads further into the storm. Your singer stands with you, and you clutch your mirror tight. This is almost identical to a room we went to before, but the name is different. Dear Judge, Judge Judy theme plays. We're going to do Reflect. I feel like we should try the demons this time. Oh, never mind. We got another key. Angling your mirror carefully, you hunt for the source of the reflection. At last, you find it. A phased red key, barely visible to normal eyes. As you touch it, the key shimmers and gains solidity, a possibility becoming more likely. You behold its phased red surface with desperate hope. Perhaps this key will be the one to end this nightmare. The court physician will know if it has any power to end this storm, if you can find your way back to the palace. We got a chasm has suddenly appeared. Let's try that. A dark chasm cuts across the street, too treacherous to approach. You angle your mirror to see the truth its reflection holds, and you see that what you took for a chasm is only a flow of tar spilled from a shattered barrel. From another angle, the illusion fades. When you look away, the reflection holds true. One small part of your city is safe, but the power of your mirror has limits, cannot turn back the darkness forever. And even as you think it, the mirror shatters. Your singer puts a hand to his mouth. The storm howls as if mocking your despair. Seeker Crush says, to be honest, I usually like to pick the option I think isn't going to win so I can offload my surplus points. This does not always work out for me, and then I have even more points. Efton says, you gotta say tier judge like the Sunday monster truck rally announcer. I don't know exactly what that sounds like. Tier judge. Lost my life savings in tier court. I'm sorry to hear that, Hinton. Back. My mirror is shattered. But we have a key. If this is the key...
Tier judge! Sunday! Free parking and free soda for the kids! Come on down! Tier judge!
Clearly a little more familiar with this announcer voice than I am. That was very good.
I'm country as fuck.
Yeah. I'm a suburb boy. Okay, key. So if this key is the right key, we're okay. But if it's not, I don't know if we can die in this game. I have not tried to... As I typed that, I remembered it did tell me about saving at some point, I think. And I have not fucking saved once. God, that would suck so much if I'm already screwed and there's no way to go back. Okay. At least we have a save now. Who knows if it's useful? All right, let's try to get back to the palace again. Street. Avenue. Palace. Okay, we made it. Physician. You thrust the phased red key into the physician's hands. What is its power, you ask, unable to keep the eagerness from your voice? Can it unlock an end to this curse? He peers through his monocle, studying the key carefully, turning it over in his hands, as if it were delicate as a caddisfly wing. Press any key to continue. Oh, fuck. But shakes his head. Alas, he says, this key has not the power you seek. Its magic cannot save us. I am sorry. He adds it to the pile with the others. Grimly, you resolve to continue your search. Oh, did the prediction end? So the final votes on, is this game going to make me cry on stream? 11% yes. 3 people. Efton voted with 5,000 gold coins for the top slot. 89% no. 4 people. Hinton voted 54,330 gold coins. I can't believe you had so many coins, Hinton. Why didn't I thought about saving a bunch, but I didn't try it for some unknown reason. Still have 2 that I couldn't use, minimum 10. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know that we are necessarily in an unwinnable situation now, but so far the 2 keys we found, we needed the mirror to see. So, I mean, all we can do is continue and hope that we figure something out. Something glimmers from the corner of your eye, but when you look directly, nothing is there. Though your mirror is broken, it has taught you something of how to reflect. Oh, okay. Interesting. I skipped over the first paragraph. Before you lies the fountain of the beetle. Interesting. We went to the court of the beetle and the fountain of granite before. Biting sand and frigid wind cut cruelly through you. One of the grain storehouses is buried in a mountain of sand. Boulevard arcs away. The road continues through the swirling sandstorm. Your singer stands with you and you clutch the handle of your broken mirror tight. Okay, let's try to reflect and see what happens now. Without your mirror, the shimmer is almost impossible to find, but at last your hand closes on a jeweled abyssal key, barely visible to normal eyes. As you touch it, the key shimmers and gains solidity, a possibility becoming more likely. You behold its jeweled abyssal surface with desperate hope. Perhaps this key will be the one to end this nightmare. The court physician will know if it has any power to end this storm, if you can find your way back to the palace. Let's try road. Have another mosaic and dead osprey here. Avenue. Advenue. Another family. Storehouses buried in a mountain of sand. Stair climbs into the darkness. Dust-choked avenue leads further to the storm. Let's try the stair. Palace. There we go. Square of the beetle. Writhing shadows play across the stones, surely harbingers of evil. Let's just go ahead and go to the palace. Physician, please give me good news. You thrust the jeweled abyssal key into the physician's hands. What is its power, you ask, unable to keep the eagerness from your voice. Can it unlock an end to this curse? He peers through his monocle, studying the key carefully, turning it over in his hands as if it were delicate as a caddisfly wing, but shakes his head. Alas, he says, this key has not the power you seek. Its magic cannot save us. I am sorry. He adds it to the pile with the others. The physician puts a gentle hand on your shoulder. I know you do not wish to hear this, he says. But perhaps there is no key that will save our city. The sickness may have spread too far. Sire, perhaps it is time to give. Error. Bad sector on disk media. Ignore, fail, retry. This game, too, seems damaged, incomplete. The disk drive is already humming as it loads another. Deserted. Story stage prototype. J. Creston. Bugs, feedback to @jc.internal. Press any key to continue. Scenes you might play with Sand 1, Desert. You are standing amid ruins. Once a great city was here, but those days are gone, because Sand 1. Okay. Options. Play a scene, for instance, P. Desert. I am unfamiliar with the style of game this one is emulating. I also don't know, once again, if it is appropriate to draw a map. So let's Let's do another save. S2. Okay. So play a scene, for instance, P Desert. I guess we'll try that example. I don't quite get this yet. You're standing amid ruins. Once a great city was here, but those days are gone. Remember, you wander broken remnants. It hurts to hold on to them, but more to let go. Forget. Soon the sands will erase all traces. The desert cannot be resisted. Type a response like remember to resolve this scene. Forget. Soon the sands will erase all traces. The desert cannot be resisted. Sand 1, 0. Pain 0, 4. Okay, so like these are numbers that are changing. So sand 1 is now 0. Pain has gone from 0 to 4. Memory has gone from 0 to 3. Hope has gone from 0 to 3. Scene finished, removed from playbook. Playbook size 3. Adding new scene to playbook. Buried. Press any key to continue. Scenes you might play with. Pain 4, Memory 3, Hope 3. Buried. A familiar glint from the ruins. Half buried, sand scoured. Because key 0, memory at least 1. Blank page, blank page. Options. Play a scene. Add a new scene to your playbook. I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere. Map drawing etiquette. Ask Abby in the latest newsletter from the Video Game Cartographer's Digest. This gameplay is super confusing to me. Like, I don't fully understand what my options are. Like, it's telling me, but I'm still confused by it. Like, scenes you might play with. Pain 4, Memory 3, Hope 3. Okay, so it's saying that because of our stats, we can play the scene buried, I think is what it's saying. But I don't understand how to, if I add a new scene to my playbook, what is that? Do I need to put something after the word add? Let's just try add, I guess. Okay, adding new scene to playbook, mirror, plus any key to continue. Okay. So now we could do buried or mirror. Oh, okay. The blank pages are pages we can fill out with the add command. Okay. Let's play buried. Actually, no. Let's do mirror. Ornate handles, shattered glass. Because hope, at least 1. This is really interesting because just like it's such this like bare bones prototype game, but like there's just enough here to make it interesting. Ornate handle, shattered glass, because hope at least 1. Blank page. Options. Play a scene, add a new scene to your playbook. P mirror. Ornate handle, shattered glass. Inspect. Perhaps some of its magic still lingers. Difficult for Hope 3 to perform. Interesting. Discard. Useless remnant of another age. I think we're going to try to inspect it. Perhaps some of its magic still lingers. Evaluating Hope performance. Unconvincing. Whatever power it once had is gone. Weary has gone from 0 to 1. Scene finished, removing from playbook. Press any key to continue. This feels less like a game format and more like a developer's sketch of a game. Yeah, the opening screen made it clear this is a prototype. Scenes you might play with: Pain 4, Memory 3, Hope 3, Weary 1. Buried and 2 blank pages. Let's add some more pages. Shovel. Oops. Nightmares. Lovely. Shovel. Abandoned in the sand. Strangely familiar. Buried. A familiar glint from the ruins. Half buried, sand scoured. Nightmares. The past torments you no matter how far from it you run. Oh, interesting. Type autofill to keep your playbook filled with scenes automatically. Okay. Let's try shovel. P shovel. Abandoned in the sand, strangely familiar. Claim. There is still work to do. Leave. That was a life you barely recall. Let's claim it. There is still work to do. Shovel. 0 to 1. Weary. 1 to 2. Scene finished. Removed from playbook. Press any key to continue. So now we have another blank page.
Hello.
Hello, Hinton. Good to see you. Buried, nightmares. Let's go ahead and add another one. Singer. A shimmering mirage against the horizon, but you sent him away long ago. I'm sorry you keep getting points, Hinton. I'm afraid the only way you could stop getting points is to leave the stream, which, you know, certainly your choice if you choose to do so. I would understand. Let's play Singer. A shimmering mirage against the horizon, but you sent him away long ago. Greet, cry, wave, stumble forward. Maybe it's really him. Remember, there was so much light in him. Excise, there is more of him left in you. It keeps half. Why am I always being invited to leave? I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. Please don't leave, Hinton. Please stay here and collect more points. You'll find other ways to get rid of them. I wish I could see what my stats are. Unseeker Crush, thank you for flushing your coins down the toilet. And Efton, thank you for that extra flush. Appreciate it. This is tough. I can't tell how important my choices are in this game. I can't see an obvious goal. Though based on the other ones, I don't know that there necessarily is one. Remember. There was so much light in him. You could not bear the way the curse wore on him, so you banished your singer, told him to make a new home in a less broken land. The mirage fades. You can scarcely remember what he looked like anyway. Pain 4 to 5. Memory 3 to 2. Scene finished. Removed from playbook. Add. Hermit. Silhouetted against a distant dune. Let's do buried. Yeah, let's do buried. A familiar glint from the ruins, half buried, sand scoured. Dig. Even after everything, the sands may still hold treasures. Pull. The sands grip their prize tightly. Trivial for weary 2 to perform. Interesting. I guess I'm not that weary yet. I would have thought 2 was a not great amount of weariness. Leave. Let what's buried lie. Pull makes the description of pull makes it sound like that has a good chance of being successful, but we have the shovel, so I'm inclined to use it. Let's dig. Even after everything, the sands may still hold treasures. A key, intricate, corroded. There may be no doors left to unlock. You keep it, just in case. Key, 0 to 1. Weary, 2 to 3. Scene finished. Removed from playbook. Let's add another page. City. Ruins surround you, draped in desert. Let's check out the hermit. I'm pausing because, like, a thing I keep thinking is, like, the order we do these is important to some degree. I don't know that it's necessarily important for completing the game, but it affects our options. Like, if I didn't have the shovel before we did that last scene, then that wouldn't have been an option there. Also, our stats keep changing, and that affects our options and how successful we might be. So, the first thing I thought of with the hermit is the mirror, but we already don't have that, right? So we'll go ahead and do the hermit. Silhouetted against a distant dune. Approach. Perhaps this wanderer is as lonely as you. Very difficult for Pain 5 to perform. Track. There must be a shelter somewhere. Even odds for Weary 3 to perform. Avoid. You each surely value your solitude. Weekend at Mackey's. That's great. Unsecret Crush said, I hadn't noticed keep as an option, so you could leave a scene for later. Oh, thank you for pointing that out. I hadn't noticed that either. So yeah, if I don't like the options I have here, I could come back and, maybe if my pain or weariness goes down, I could do better. But honestly, I think those are both going to keep going up. Depends on how high weary goes and whether it goes up or down. It keeps going up. So I assume as it goes up, we're becoming more weary. And previously at 2, there was an option that had a good chance of succeeding because of our weariness level. But now with this one, we have even odds. So it's definitely getting worse, I think. Kaonera says, is this the new game that came with the book? Yes. It's called You Are Standing by Aaron A. Reed. And it's presented as the opening of this went by so quick I can't remember exactly. I believe these are like games created by a person who is not well, perhaps dying, but I don't think they're dead yet, if I remember correctly. And we've been playing through a bunch of different games that are all in different styles, which is neat given the context of, it comes with this book that is about, all these different styles of text adventure games. So you have this kind of interesting variety, and they kind of all take place in the same world at different times. So it's been really interesting. And this one is basically a prototype. So it's all very rough and it's experimental and it's lacking a level of polish that you might typically expect. But yeah, it's been really interesting so far. Yeah, the content warning did mention terminal illness and feelings of hopelessness. Yes. Okay. Even though I don't feel great about any of these options, I don't think approach or track is going to be successful. I mean, we could just avoid, but that's just kind of throwing this scene away and not doing anything. So let's try keep, and we'll come back here later. I don't know that I expect to do any better later. I can't imagine it's going to go well, but I'm going to try nightmares. The past torments you no matter how far from it you run. Maybe confronting our nightmares could help us somehow. Wake, escape, even if only for a while. Trivial for weary three to perform. Hurt, let real pain drive back remembered torment, because pain at least three. Hope, all dark nights must end, because hope at least one. Hope. All dark nights must end. The dreams do fade. But each night seems longer than the last. Memory 2-1, hope 3-2. Scene finished, removed from playbook. So now we have Hermit City. Let's add another one. Monument. Your former greatness buried in sand, because hope at least one. Hermit City. Let's try city. Recall, once this was a place of shade and song. Behold, once the owl and the oryx came to drink the oasis waters. Interesting. I don't know what to expect from either of these options. I assume each one is just going to result in some different change in stats. I'm going to do recall. Once this was a place of shade and song. Now the spires have fallen and dunes drift up their sides. Scene finished, removed from playbook. So no effect. Interesting. Add. Storm. The corruption ebbs and flows, but has never stopped raging. Let's try monument. To your former greatness buried in sand, remember, reflect on the life you tried to build, because memory at least one. Unbury. At least this crumb of your legacy might be restored. Even odds for pain 5 to perform. Leave. Brooding over the past brings nothing useful. Conner said, one seems more about the past versus present. It's really hard for me to figure out what is like a good choice in this, because I don't really know much about my goal. I feel like mostly the goal of these games is to just kind of, go through them and understand the story a little bit each time. But also they have generally had some sort of, point you need to get to progress. And I don't know what that is here. Did you just describe life? And Secret Crush says, I feel good or bad choices are not really achievable here. Yeah. I'm going to remember. Reflect on the life you tried to build. You filled the desert with wonder, and all who came to your city were amazed. But how fragile were your enterprises, how weak your grip. With the desert's next breath, all you built was gone. Memory 1-0. Scene finished, removed from playbook. Memory going from 1 to 0 after remembering a thing is interesting. And I think there was an option early on I chose to forget something. And my memory went up, which I don't think I commented on that at the time, but seemed odd to me. It almost seems backwards, but you have like limited memory juice. Yeah, maybe. I guess that kind of makes sense. Let's add another page. Alone. The wise have fled, the sentimental you drove away, because memory is zero. Let's try the storm. The corruption ebbs and flows, but has never stopped raging. Shelter. You might still remember a place of safety, allowed only when memory at least one. Oh, I see. It has an X next to it, so we can't shelter because our memory is at zero. Bastion. Small but sturdy, walls unbroken, because key one. Oh, nice. Endure. The storms have scoured you to the bone already. Difficult for pain 5 to perform. Let's make use of our key and choose Bastion. Silver says, I too have limited memory juice. I mean, I think we all do, really, right? Small but sturdy, walls unbroken. The storm screams outside like a titan's whelp. It will tear down these walls, but not yet. Key 1 to 0. Pain 5 to 4. Oh, we lost a little pain. That's good. Scene finished. Removed from playbook. I didn't expect any of the bad numbers to ever go down. Let's add another page. I know I can do autofill, but I don't know. It just feels less satisfying to me. Oh, another storm. That's interesting. Let's go back to Hermit, because I think one of our options there was based on pain. Yeah. Ooh, still difficult, though. Approach. Perhaps this wanderer is as lonely as you. Difficult for pain 4 to perform. Even odds on tracking. Even though it's difficult, I'm going to do approach. Perhaps this wanderer is as lonely as you. Evaluating pain performance. Unconvincing. By the time you've reached the dune, they're gone. Pain 4 to 5, weary 3 to 4. Yeah, I figured that wouldn't go well. Ooh, adding new scene to playbook. Haunted. Oops. As your weariness grows, past demons seem to gather around you, because weary at least 4. Let's try alone. The wise have fled, the sentimental you drove away. Work. When there's always more to do, there's less time for regrets, because shovel 1. Distract. Find other ways to pass the time. Trivial for pain 5 to perform. Accept. Solitude is a blessing in disguise. Even odds for hope 2 to perform. I'm going to accept it. Solitude is a blessing in disguise. Evaluating hope performance, unconvincing. Justifications ring hollow in your ears. You would give anything to hear in them a voice not your own. Weary 4 to 5. Add. Abandon. A demon snake twined from shadows and souls, monstrous, constricting, because weary at least 5. Let's try haunted. As your weariness grows, past demons seem to gather around you. Resist. You still have some strength to fight them, because pain 5 or less. Trick. You remember enough of their wiles to outwit them, allowed only when memory at least 1. Ignore. They have already hurt you as much as they can. Resist. You still have some strength to fight them. Weary 5 to 6. Scene finished. Removed from playbook. This is an intense ride. Yes, it is. Monument. Monument again. A lot of these have been repeats recently. Abandon is the only one we haven't done yet. So let's try that. A demon snake twined from shadows and souls, monstrous, constricting, familiar. Its faces are everyone who left you and everyone you left. Allowed only when memory at least one. Our memory is 0, so we can't do that. Fight. Don't let it defeat you. Difficult for weary 6 to perform. We probably will fail that. Outwit. You still remember a trick or two. Allowed only when memory at least 1. We can't do that. Run. If you're too weak to face it, you might at least get away. Even odds for pain 5 to perform. Surrender. You no longer have strength to resist. I keep wanting to choose options I know aren't going to work. I'm going to fight it. Don't let it defeat you. Evaluating weary performance. Unconvincing. It squeezes everything from you. Tears, breath, blood. You escape, but not with all you had. Pain 5 to 6. Shovel 1 to 0. Fuck that shovel anyway. The shovel's back. We could get it back. So these are all repeats, which is interesting. I continue to wonder, like, what is the end goal of this? Remember when our biggest worry was, can I go to 330 without going through 320? I do remember that. That was an easier time. P storm. Oh, all we can do is endure. Ooh. The storms have scoured you to the bone already, evaluating pain performance, unconvincing. The cruelty of the demon winds is always worse than you remember. Pain, 6 to 8. Hope, 2 to 1. Sick has been added to the playbook. The pestilence remains, tendrils corrupting every fallen stone. Because weary, at least 5. This is very much in the Disco Elysium variety. Interesting. Efton said, shovel always wins. And then piss storm. Oops. Pestilence. Thank you. Should we try to get our shovel back? I don't know if it's worth it, but let's try. Claim. We got the shovel. We've become more weary in the process. Temple. That's new, right? Healers once gathered here. The door is battered, but still sealed tight. Ooh. Unlock. Perhaps this key will fit. Although allowed only when key 1. We do not have a key. Knock. Dare to believe survivors might still be inside. Almost impossible for Hope 1 to perform. Force. The door might give way to brute strength. Difficult for weary 7 to perform. Pass. Too risky to rattle strange doors. Risk new beginnings. Let's pass. Weary 7 to 8. Things aren't going great. Let's try Monument. Remember or unbury are no longer possible. we can just leave. Brooding over the past brings nothing useful. You have no more use for old stones. Weary, 8 to 9. We're becoming quite weary. Oops. Huh. So there's shovel, but this seems different. The weight of it begins to pull you down. Because shovel 1, weary at least 8. Let's see how this plays out. Hold. There is still work to do. Almost impossible for hope 1 to perform. Leave. Let it go. Let's leave it. Shovel 1 to 0. Hope 1 to 0. It slips away from your fingers. The drifts bury it before you've taken 3 steps. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Temple again. I don't think we're going to have any success at the temple unless we improve at least one of our stats by a lot. The storm is kind of bad news. Pista. There is no pista sound effect, I'm sorry. But thank you for the water bird. Try going to location +9. I don't know. I don't think we can do that. 3, what was 229? We can't do that here. Thank you for flushing your coins down the toilet on Secret Crush. Man, speaking of which, I need a break. I'll be back in a minute or two.
Thanks.
Unsecret Crush says, how's them eyes? Wet? No. I gotten very close multiple times. An interesting thing I've discovered is if I'm feeling emotions welling up, I just kind of take a nice pause between sentences, and that helps. At some point, that's probably not going to work anymore, though. Efton says, can you judge the moisture on the eyes to your judge? Auntie Caress says, I have to get up and I have snacks. But yeah, don't think he would be dishonest about whether or not there are tears. Yeah, I will not. I will be honest about this. Hinton, enjoy your food time. Thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you enjoy your food time. Yeah, I'm sure you noticed the pauses. I didn't expect that they went unnoticed. Just smush those emotions down. That's fine. I mean, I don't think it's the same as smushing the emotions down. Like, I'm kind of giving myself time to absorb them. It's not the same as smushing them down. Like, I'm taking them in. No idea how I finished Final Fantasy 16 without a box full of tissues. What are tears? Nothing but piss of the eyes. So true. Hinton says, I'm going to bury my emotions in food. Good night. Wonderful. Okay. So we were goofing around a little. We have Sick, Temple, and Storm. Temple and Storm are not going to go well. We haven't done Sick yet, so I guess we'll find out how that goes. The pestilence remains, tendrils corrupting every fallen stone. Bury. Pile fresh sand over the blight wherever you can, allowed only when shovel one. Heal. There may yet be untried magic, allowed only when memory at least one. Oh. Rage. Fight back with everything you have, allowed only when hope at least one. We can't do anything here. You thought you could quit shovel. That's interesting. So, let's try temple. Template. All we can do is pass. Similar to the last game, I'm starting to wonder if I've, played this poorly and, might be in an unwinnable situation. But with the last game, I thought that, and it worked out fine. So I'm inclined to keep going. Too risky to rattle strange doors, risk new beginnings. Weary 9 to 10. Remove from playback. Alone has been added again. We can work, distract, which has even odds. We can't work or accept, so all we can do is distract. Find other ways to pass the time. Evaluating pain for performance, unconvincing. The pain cuts through, leaving space for nothing else. Pain 8 to 9. At least this time, I do have a save at the beginning of this game, so we can go back to the beginning of this game and try again if we think that's necessary. Adding new scene to playbook. Pain. When it gets this bad, you can think of nothing else, because pain at least 9. Oh, once again, we can't do anything. Treatment. There may yet be untried doors to unlock, allowed only when key 1. Endure. You can bear it a little longer if you try, allowed only when hope at least 1. Fight. Don't let it consume you. Fight back. Allowed only when weary 9 or less. So all we can do is keep. So we can't do sick or pain. So all we can do is storm. And all we can do is endure. Storms have scoured you to the bone already, evaluating pain performance, unconvincing. The Cruelty of the demon wins is always worse than you remember. Pain 9 to 11. Adding new scene to playbook. Puzzle box. Dense with sharp-edged runes. These stone cubes once held ancient magic. Because pain at least 8, weary 11 or less. Interesting. I feel like we're very close to that weariness limit. Oof. Dense with sharp-edged runes, these stone cubes once held ancient magic. Ponder, turn it over in your hands, feel a way in, allowed only when memory at least 1. Unlock, the keyhole is hidden in a runic strip, allowed only when key 1. And then the only action we can take, trigger, perhaps, this one just opens. Tiny needles spring from within. The pain is terrible. Pain 11 to 3. Alone has been added again. We can't do anything there. Can't do anything in sick. Error, playbook is unplayable, trying to find new scene. Error, playbook is unplayable, trying to find new scene. Error, playbook is unplayable, trying to find new scene. Error, playbook is unplayable, trying to find new scene. Error, overflow. After a long pause, the drive spins again, loading one final program. 6:001 Desert. 6:002 by Jeff. Error, corrupted blocks in disk R. There's a lot of question marks and numbers and colons. 624, type LISC for disk R headers. 625, reflect to expand corrupted text blocks. Game Dev Jeff, hello, good to see you. Let's list. This is really interesting. Oh, it's a list of all the games. One, you are lost in an endless desert! Exclamation point. 2, Desert Adventure, all caps. 3, The City of Whispering Sands. 4, Curse of the Desert. 5, Deserted. 6, Desert. Reflect. Corrupted blocks. You're standing on the crest of a dune. 261, Beyond the Walls. 3167, Overlooking the Endless Desert. Brilliant Sunlight. 377, Swallows sound like a stone dropped on sand. 4360, Sunrise. 3185, In this place of still silence. 535, Half buried, sand scoured. Hermit Inn. 4081, A hospital. 2301, Bed. 1414, Looking down at a staggeringly beautiful oasis. You've got hope, pain, weary. Silver, good night. I agree, it has been fascinating. And thank you for hanging out. I hope you sleep well. Escape, even if only for a while. North, east, west, south. What you've discovered in your adventures. Shovel. Can dig and build. No key that will save our city. The power of your mirror has limits. Type list for disk are headers, reflect to expand corrupted text blocks, delete address or address to erase corrupted block from disk. Congrats on all your points, Efton. I don't know what to delete. Five 5044. Five 5045. I don't know what I'm trying to accomplish here. I'm basically deleting all the bad things, but like should I just keep deleting more and more? Like, I assume I can't delete these ones that are just question marks. Yeah. Oops. Do you have to delete all the corrupted memories? I mean, I can't delete all of them. Some of them we don't have address numbers for. There's just question marks. I mean, maybe I need to delete all the other ones. But I don't know. That doesn't feel quite right to me. Deleting disk address 2779 deleted. Chunk unlocked. Deleting linked blocks. Deleting 3266. No thing is ever one thing. Each holder remakes it for the needs of their tale. Deleting 3730, perhaps hoping to find in them some explanation, loophole, or solace. Deleting 2086, that can't be unlocked. Deleting 3095, carved with rough but careful strokes. Deleting 2624, too vivid for such a lusterless place. Deleting 5063, it hurts to hold on to them, but more to let go. Deleting 1523, the path has been there all along, of course. You just haven't been brave enough to take it. Now I'm just deleting everything I can. Can't but help but think it wants me to delete hope. Deleting disk address 3185 deleted. Chunk unlocked. Deleting linked blocks. Deleting 1304. Tremble at the threshold, afraid to disturb. Deleting 5611. A life. Deleting 3067. Endlessly filigreed with complex designs and beguiling patterns. Deleting 3931. Nervous as if stood before an audience of 1,000, not one. Deleting 4770. Sire, perhaps it is time. Deleting 5235, a new home, in a less broken land. Deleting 2416, a blank page. Deleting 3069, the texture of sand and the strength of iron. Deleting 3488, there's no work to be done here now. Some of the corrupted ones don't have question marks anymore. I missed that entirely. Deleting disk address 4250 deleted. Chunk unlocked, deleting linked blocks. You try your best to convince yourself you can be a real explorer. It is highly dangerous. No exit that way. That's not a page you've been told you can turn to. I can understand the following basic commands. I've learned these special actions. 3, 4, even 5 words. For now, however, I'm afraid. Outside the gates. Another life. That secret, forgotten stare. Cry, wave, stumble. Hard at work. Death. Deleting 403, cries out as if in answer and leaps into the soaring wind. Chunk unlocked, deleting linked blocks. Creston. The lines around his face are set and grim. After months in the barren desert, something about him does not fit here. He does not flinch from your scrutiny. Soon the sands will erase all traces. Scenes you can currently play. Scenes you can no longer perform. Something that will make them let you in. Tears, breath, blood, a study in contrasts. Can I delete these options at the bottom? I can. Chunk unlocked, deleting linked blocks, deleting 3176. Your lines break on a tiny flaw. Deleting 3207. We have grown weary of explaining. Deleting 5003. A playbook of scenes your character might perform based on your attributes, which change with time. Deleting 1380. You would need 1,000 shovels. Deleting 2852. Build and build. Deleting 4292. It is only a matter of finding. Chunk unlocked, deleting linked blocks. Deleting 2009, you are standing. Deleting 3782, winsome singer. Deleting 4723, like a ray of light through mist, sudden, clear, and strong. Deleting 4277, though you scarcely recognize it. Deleting 1006, you have not been told. Deleting 1003, how to read this story. Deleting 1050, you're not sure it's okay to turn to that page. Deleting 4002, you will explore another world. Deleting 3261, excitement and dread mingling through you. Deleting 4124, searching the sands. Deleting 3611 for someone else. Deleting 1777, the brave explorer you set out to be. Deleting 5752, under the glorious brilliance of the desert sun. Deleting 2962, build a new home from the stones of the tomb. Deleting 4101, a bright gathering place. Deleting 4680, there cannot be shadows without light. Deleting remaining blocks from disk. 6 blocks could not be deleted. Reflect, build, unlock. I need to blow my nose just a minute. I don't know what to choose here. Reflect, build, unlock. I chose reflect. Deleting 5000, you are standing amid ruins. Deleting 4000, you are standing on the steps of your palace. Deleting 3000, you are standing before the great gates of the desert city. Deleting 2000, you are standing at edge of desert. Deleting 1000, you are standing at the edge. Deleting 0. 000, you are standing. Error index out of range. You are standing. The end. That was great. Thank you. Oh gosh, I don't want to just end stream now. Some music, some chill music. Are there any games from the book anyone would like to hear more about? I wouldn't mind reading a little bit more before we wrap up. That's all I can think of to do. Like I said, I really don't want to just like end stream right now. You're welcome, Colin. That was it was really good. it's hard for me to be emotional on the internet, but I think it's probably good and okay. It is very difficult for me to like read an emotional story and not like connect it with real life experiences. This was what was in the feel box. Yeah, that was one of the things in the feelies box. The Lion King music right now, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, all my feelies fell out. This is the box. We have this hint book, which has hints for all of the 50 games. How do I get out of the starting room? That is surprisingly difficult in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Might be hard to make out on stream, but we have this authentic 50-year-old piece of punch tape. It's a shame. I have no idea what this was from exactly. I mean, everybody got, a different piece. I don't know if they all came from the same tape or not necessarily, but it'd be interesting to know a little bit more about it. It's probably not anything especially interesting, I suppose. There's this replica of one of the first commercial games from Creative Computing Software. It has 2 games on it, Adventureland and Pirate Adventure. I will probably try to figure out a way to get this onto a computer at some point, and probably into an emulator. Is that it? I also got this map from A Mind Forever Voyaging. Which was technically part of the feelies, but it was packaged separately. Oh, does it not actually fit in there? Okay, interesting. Sorry about the microphone bonk. There's something in here that I was kind of wanting to read a bit more of. Maybe I'll just read a little bit more of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy one. Let's see, where is that? There we go. Where did I leave off? Have you played Hitchhiker's Guide before? Yes, I have played and completed, or complayed if you like, apparently, a long time ago. Very, very much enjoyed it. Okay, so this continues, but the Hitchhiker's game was more than funny prose. Much of its humor came from poking fun at, even deconstructing, the emerging conventions of the text adventure, playing with the nature of interactivity and with its own limitations in a way that few games had yet attempted. We have a couple more excerpts here. Corridor, aft end. This one end of a short corridor that continues along the main deck of the Heart of Gold. Doorways lead aft and port. In addition, a gangway leads downward. Aft. That entrance leads to the infinite improbability drive chamber. It's supposed to be a terribly dangerous area of the ship. Are you sure you want to go there? Yes. Absolutely sure? Yes. I can tell you don't want to, really. You stride away with a spring in your step, wisely leaving the drive chamber safely behind you. Telegrams arrive from well-wishers in all corners of the galaxy, congratulating you on your prudence and wisdom, cheering you up immensely. When the player convinces the parser that they really do want to enter the drive chamber, it sulkily refuses to describe any of the objects therein until the player insists. The unreliable narrator shows up in other moments of the game. You hear the deep and distant hum of a star drive coming from far above. There is an exit to port. Port. You can't go that way. Go to port. You can't go that way. Move to port. You use the word port in a way that I don't understand. Starboard. You can't go that way. Aft. We were lying about the exit to port. You emerge from a small doorway. Like Tristram Shandy, the 18th century novel that violated every inviolable convention of the book, Hitchhiker's delights in breaking the rules of its own new medium. The game awards points, for instance, but they don't really matter. The highest scoring action by far is simply drinking a cup of tea. A remnant of an early Adams idea that you'd be rewarded not for collecting treasure, but for enjoying things. Early on, you can die and the game keeps going. You try to think of some suitable last words, but what with the confusion of the moment and the spinning of your head, you are unable to compose anything pithy and expire in silence. Look, you keep out of this, you're dead. An ambulance arrives. Look at ambulance. You keep out of this, you're dead and should be concentrating on developing a good firm rigor mortis. You are put in the ambulance, which drives away. At one point, in a passage lifted from the book, the action is interrupted by a long story describing how some random words of Arthur's are sucked through a freak wormhole in the space-time continuum and end up precipitating an intergalactic war. In the game, the words are a recent player command the parser didn't understand. The creature stirred its sickly, broiling vapor, and at that very moment the words, "move to port," drifted across the conference table. Unfortunately, in the Vlurhurg tongue, this was the most dreadful insult imaginable, and there was nothing for it but to wage terrible war for centuries. You have destroyed most of a small galaxy. Please pick your words with greater care. Then there were the puzzles, and it's impossible to talk about Hitchhikers without mentioning the Babelfish. Say this phrase to any text game fan alive in the 80s and you'll get a knowing look. It would become shorthand for puzzles that were outrageously hard or outrageously unfair. The truth, though, is that the Babelfish puzzle was neither. To defend this claim will require some explanation of how it worked. Arthur, trapped in the hold of a spaceship, needs to operate a dispenser to retrieve a fish that, for reasons we're not going to get into, will allow him to understand alien languages. Examine dispenser. The dispenser is tall, has a button at around eye level, and says Babelfish in large letters. Anything dispensed would probably come out the slot at around knee level. It bears a small label which reads, "Another fine product of the Sirius Cybernetics Corporation." Press dispenser button. A single Babelfish shoots out of the slot. It sails across the room and through a small hole in the wall, just under a metal hook. Arthur is probably wearing a dressing gown at this point with, quote, a small loop at the back of the collar, so observant puzzle fiends will eventually try. Put gown on hook. We are getting into the spoiler designated area, so if you don't want spoilers for this very old Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy text game, you may want to mute or simply leave. I think we'll go ahead and keep reading a little bit more. Obviously, I'm not going to read this entire chapter, but I love this game, and I would love to read a bit more about it. Put gown on hook. The gown is now hanging from the hook, covering a tiny hole. Press dispenser button. A single Babelfish shoots out of the slot. It sails across the room and hits the dressing gown. The fish slides down the sleeve of the gown and falls to the floor, vanishing through the grating of a hitherto unnoticed drain. The drain can be covered by a towel, but this produces another complication, and resolving that leads to yet another. It's a chain of frustrations that work through most of the items you've acquired in the game so far. The scene comes early in the story, so there are only a handful of inventory items to consider. It's a complex and deliberately obtuse puzzle, to be sure, but each step is decently clued, and an experienced adventure gamer has a good chance to get through the sequence without too much trouble. The problem was that Hitchhikers wasn't sold to experienced adventure gamers. Based on a well-known franchise arriving in a watershed year for personal computers, an enormous number of its players had not come up through the trenches of Zork and Suspended, solving puzzles like early hackers for sheer masochistic pleasure. They were expecting something more like a story from a game based on a best-selling book. And taken that way, as part of a story, the Babelfish puzzle can be infuriating. Why would Arthur have picked up all these objects in the first place when his home and planet were about to be demolished? Why can he only hang the dressing gown from the hook, not the towel? How should players know that the command cover drain with towel works, but put towel on top of drain does not, when the manual says only to, quote, type your sentence in plain English? Why can't Arthur enlist Ford's help with the Babelfish, as in the book, or for that matter, why can't he just stand directly in front of the damn dispenser and catch the fish as it comes out of the slot? The contortions necessary to marry logic puzzles and a limited simulation with a narrative become strained as the story takes on more importance and the audience grows less familiar with puzzle game conventions. Hitchhikers had both the most narrative storyline and the least experienced audience of any previous Infocom title. Game historian Jimmy Mayer has speculated that the Babelfish puzzle, appearing early in what was to become the best-selling text adventure of the year, may have marked the beginning of the end for a medium aspiring to be the future of both games and books. It frustrated tens of thousands, so much that Infocom sold shirts reading, "I got the Babelfish," and copious hint books. But folks who didn't buy either, first-time computer users and interactive fiction novices, may have just given up on the whole concept entirely. Hitchhikers may have been both the first and last such game many new computer users played. One reviewer called it utterly impossible and punishingly difficult. Others admitted with rare honesty that they hadn't actually gotten very far into the thing before their deadlines. "It's a masterpiece," wrote one. "Hilarious. Adams has done a marvelous job, and next time I see him, I'll kill him." While 1984 may have seemed like only the start of Infocom's meteoric rise, it would in fact begin a terminal decline. It would be the highest grossing year of the company's short history. The Babelfish was not the game's only frustrating moment. Moretsky recalled, "Douglas and I both felt that adventure games were becoming a little too easy, that the original Zork had been much harder than more recent offerings, and the 24/7 obsessive brain racking was what made these games so addictive. We might have overreacted and gone too far in the other direction. While characters almost never respond to attempts to give them orders, for example, sometimes doing so is the only way to proceed. One scene requires ordering a whole group of guards to not do something. Managing to combine several unlikely-to-work ideas into a single command. It's easy to lose access to seemingly trivial items, like a toothbrush in Arthur Dent's bedroom, the very first room of the game, that can turn out to be vital hundreds of moves later. And the game at times requires unintuitive actions. If you take the towel Ford offers you in an early scene, something any fan would instantly do results in your unexpected death a few moves later. And yet, some of the Hitchhiker's puzzles are delightful, examples of the text adventure and its unique brand of lateral thinking at their best. Once the early game is finished, you can find an improbability generator which, when activated, throws you into a seemingly featureless void. Dark. You can see nothing, feel nothing, hear nothing, taste nothing, smell nothing, and are not entirely certain who you are. Look. Dark. You can't hear anything, see anything, smell anything, feel anything, or taste anything, and do not even know where you are, or who you are, or how you got there. Now we're getting into spoilers for Getting Out of the Dark. The message shifts subtly each time, and the parser responds to none of your commands, but an observant player will soon notice that something about the text has changed. Dark. You can hear nothing, taste nothing, see nothing, feel nothing, and are not even certain who you are. Smell. Darkness. It does smell a bit. There's something pungent being waved under your nose. Your head begins to clear. You can make out a shadow moving in the dark. The player eventually learns how to reach 10 different environments across space and time via the dark, 2 for each of the 5 senses, all of them rather improbable situations as befitting your means of getting there. Some are scenes that have already happened. In one, you revisit the opening of the game, but this time as Ford Prefect, not Arthur. In another, you find yourself in the vanguard of the space fleet, fighting the war caused by your earlier mistake. Talk to Gugugvan leader. You are clearly the worst diplomat that ever lived and are about to become the worst one that ever died. That is an even worse insult in the Gugugvan tongue than move to port is in the Vlhurg tongue. Shifting through space, time, and selves, you'll need to think like a time traveler to solve certain scenes. Generously, if you don't complete a sequence the first time through, it resets and you can return to it as often as you like until you nail it. Death is frequent but temporary. Another much maligned Hitchhiker's Puzzle involves needing to feed a certain cheese sandwich to a certain dog to prevent it from devouring a certain microscopic space fleet, long before you would have any idea you needed to do such a thing. But a closer look at the structure of the game reveals it actually assumes you'll fail to do this your first time through. It's only once you replay the scene as a different character, having seen the consequences of the failed action, that you're meant, a la Groundhog Day, to correct it. The puzzles are tough, but they follow a certain capricious, twisted internal logic, one reviewer admitted. Another praised the game's consistent illogic. Perhaps the best example comes in a puzzle that requires you to be holding T and no T at the same time, for again, reasons we're not going to get into. While no T is indeed listed in your inventory when the game begins, the parser dismisses any attempts to treat it like a distinct object. Examine no T. You're talking complete nonsense. Pull yourself together. Drop no T. Your common sense tells you that you can't do that. Yet at the same time, the game persists in slyly implying no T is an actual object simulated in the game's code, just one that can't obviously be held at the same time as T. Get T. No T. Dropped. Drop T. No T. Taken. Spoilers again. In one of the improbability vignettes, you find yourself wandering a, quote, maze of twisty little synapses, a nod to adventure, which are in fact the spongy passageways of Arthur's own brain. Therein you can find a large black particle with some faint markings, blocking a gap between synapses labeled sense, common for dent, Arthur. Removing the particle, your own common sense, lets you at last carry T and no T at the same time, a triumph of wordplay and twisted logic fondly remembered by many fans, such as myself. Adams and Moretzky proved successful collaborators with shared sensibilities in both humor and design. Watching them work together is inspiring, as they thrust and parry understatements, one reporter wrote. Brilliant non sequiturs followed jabs of incongruities. Though they spent only a few weeks together in person during the game's development, they collaborated often via email, swapping ideas, designs, game text, and playable prototypes as they pushed to finish Hitchhikers in time for the 1984 holiday season. Douglas wrote the bulk of the responses to correct inputs, Moretzky noted, but that's just a small part of the text in an adventure game. He would end up authoring over half of the content, seamlessly matching the cadences and style of his much more famous collaborator, as well as doing all the coding. I was gratified, he proudly recalled, when upon the game's release, Adams, quote, remarked that in many cases he couldn't tell which bits he'd written and which bits I'd written. As the game moved towards completion into its marketing phase, Moretzky remained heavily involved. Infocom had become known for a clever style of packaging that included bonus materials and knickknacks, the now legendary feelies. In an age of rampant software piracy, a box full of extras provided an incentive for buying the game yourself rather than copying the disc from a friend. The Hitchhiker's package would include a full-color brochure advertising the guide itself, destruct orders for both Arthur Dent's home and the planet Earth, a bit of fluff, a Don't Panic button, and a small plastic baggie labeled Official Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy Microscopic Space Fleet, with apparently nothing inside. Also included, each listing of the contents took pains to mention was no T. Hitchhikers would become one of the most profitable titles of Infocom's history. Employees in the office were asked to volunteer for overtime shifts on the factory floor to ensure enough copies could ship by Christmas. It would hover at the top of the bestseller list for most of 1985, eventually selling 500,000 copies. A promised sequel never appeared. Adams had become weary of more hitchhikers, but he'd go on to collaborate on a different game with Infocom, 1987's Bureaucracy, which takes you on an epic quest to get the post office to acknowledge a change of address form. Adams would remain an enthusiast of computers as tools for self-expression for the rest of his life, becoming an early Mac evangelist and writing regular columns on software and technology for both mainstream and specialist audiences. I think media are at their most interesting before anybody's thought of calling them art, he once observed, when people still think they're just a load of junk. As a bona fide writer, he was often asked how he thought text adventures, or bookware, or IL, interactive literature, another acronym of the week, compared with the real thing. You can't compare IL with literature. If you do, you can very easily make a fool of yourself. When Leo Fender first invented an electric guitar, one could have said, "But to what extent is this real music?" To which the answer is, "All right, we're not going to play Beethoven on it, but at least let's see what we can do." Adams often expressed his hope that other non-coders and non-techies would try writing interactive stories. Imagine if everything ever written on a typewriter had been written by the guys who invented the typewriter, he once remarked. While bookware would often prove a short-lived fad, doors were indeed opening for new kinds of creators, and the improbable games they'd create were nothing the big publishing houses could have ever imagined. The end. We did read the whole chapter. All right, that was fun. I enjoyed it. I hope you did too. Thank you. Apologies, I have been ignoring chat. Doesn't look like I missed too much. Okay. I guess I gotta find somebody to rate now. It feels weird to have the overhead cam over here. Let's see. Schedule. I really thought the game would be shorter and that we'd get to world building, but I'm very glad with the way that all worked out. So, schedule. Important schedule change for next week. I have a minor medical procedure on Tuesday, which means that I will almost certainly not be able to do Spooky Tuesday on Tuesday. On last Tuesday, I announced that we would have to wait 2 weeks to play more Swamp Witch, but then I realized, oh wait, we could do Spooky Tuesday on Wednesday. We've done this before. It worked out great. No one was confused by any of it. So we're going to do that again. Though I will note again that my brother is in town for a little bit longer, which might result in some sudden last-minute changes of plans. But Swamp Witch Wednesday is the current plan, and then a week from today, we'll get back to world building. Unsecret Crush will be streaming on Monday. I think that's going to be more Genshin still. Thank you all for hanging out so dang long. I appreciate it. And I had a lot of fun. Let's see. I think... Let's check real quick here. You're welcome, Puzzle. Culinary, Efton, Mousimus, Game Dev Jeff, and everybody else is still hanging out there. Looking forward to more Swamp Witch when the time comes. Yes, I love that game so far, and I'm very excited to see where it goes next. We're gonna go say hello to Ghoul Babe. Currently it's Furby time, which is great. Hopefully it won't be over by the time we get there. She's been playing Darkside Detective, which is a game that Silver streamed a while back that was pretty interesting. She's also been playing a lot of backyard baseball, which is a very fun baseball game with kids that I've been enjoying watching. Thanks, Afton. I'm sure it'll go fine, but I appreciate it regardless. So yeah, let's head on over there, and y'all have a nice weekend, and we'll see you around. Bye.